really like how the music does that sometimes. Fades itself out for me. Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and today is Wednesday, March 19, for a lot of us. For some of us that are on the other side of the world, if you're awake, it's already the 20th. Hope you're having a great day so far. Today, we're looking out a window somewhere in Moscow, Russia. What a cool looking place. Very busy highway. Very, very busy highway. Anyway, this was sometime in April of 2023, it looks like. All right, let's get started. So in the previous stream, I, among other things, was working on the RTRAC update to .NET. I was working on .NET 9 and then I got stuck and then I started messing around and I found out that because I did the identity component library in .NET 8, there were some conflicts when I was trying to run the app as a .NET 9 Blazor web app. So right now I have moved it back to a .NET 8, not back to, I mean, we're still going forward from .NET Framework, but I moved it back to .NET 8 from .NET 9. And everything should be, from what I recall from Monday's stream, everything should be compiling and running, and I think I can log in. We're going to give it a try. Grab a browser to bring over here. My PC has been having quite a few issues with CPU overloading lately. So there's a lot of clicking, dragging, waiting. So hopefully things will be fine. I didn't set the right starting application or starting project. I will do that. What I've been working on off stream, which I will show in a little bit, is I had, as you know, I've been using Claude to see if I can revamp the data import library that we created on stream. And so I had it create some documentation so that I could run through the documentation as a README, as a developer coming into the library that it made and setting it up in my own project so that I can identify places where it's not quite right, not quite doing what we want it to do. But we'll find out. Okay, I need to set this as the startup project. I think I just now, I kind of was mindlessly doing this, but I think that I told this thing to pull. Yeah, so we do have latest. All right, let's try running again. Here's a shout out to Big Gamey who just shouted me out. And because Dukasoft just showed up on Big Gamey's stream, he's going to be like, was that Dukasoft that shouted me out? Still missing some services. Okay. So that'll be interesting to find out what's going on with that, which we will figure it out. But first, I do want to change back. So I do like the terminal opening in Visual Studio when I run the app using Control F5. The issue is that it's always opening in a separate tab group over here, as opposed to opening down in this panel, which I keep trying to dock it to, but then it always ends up resetting its position. Like if I tried to add this here, and I was like, okay, this is where I want you to run. And if I try to run, if I try to run another one, it opens again in the tool panel instead, or in a tool group, tab group, instead of down here in this tool panel. And also it looks like I'll be receiving a delivery today, so I might step away for a couple minutes, but we'll try to go for as long as we can. So anyway, point is, I just want the terminal to open in a separate window. The main change that I do want to make to the terminal opening is that I want it to open maximized. Or not maximized, restored, not minimized. And that is called console. So false minimized run in external console. I honestly don't know what shared server output is. I'm kind of interested to see what it is. It says that redirect each project's web server output to its own output window or interleave into a shared output window. Oh, no, I don't want them interleaved. I want them to all have their own. Hello, DC Aggie. Happy Wednesday to you. I hope you're having a great day so far. All right, so for whatever reason, I am getting startup errors because we're missing some dependency injection. Are you going to tell me which dependency injection we're missing exactly? Line 111. In map controllers, do we have builder.services.add controllers? Aha, that's going to be my guess that that's what's going on. Surprised I didn't see this before. I think it's add controllers. It's add controllers, right? And hello, Dukasoft. I'm here. You can't stop depending, or you can. You can stop depending on me. I said can't stop depending on me. I will not stop depending on you. I think maybe that is an issue because I'm not getting back the iService collection by doing that. Okay, so we do add controllers. I'm pretty sure I didn't have this anywhere else, right? Correct. Injecting a Duca sounds painful. Could be. It depends. Are we injecting Duca or are we injecting Duca? Both verb forms are the same. Are we injecting Duca with something or are we injecting something with Duca? There. I think that disambiguates it. Okay, so this time the console is staying up and we're getting some better error messages. We definitely got past the missing dependency injections. And the thing that happened was we were getting missing dependency service registration when we got to this map controller. So I was like, duh. It's because we didn't map the API controllers. Okay, but we are getting another error now that says an error occurred while reading from the keyring for data protection stuff. I don't think we need data protection at the moment. Yeah, so we shouldn't be doing anything with data protection anyway because we have protect keys with certificate turned off. But we are still doing, where is it? Aren't we still doing add data protection somewhere? I'm so blind right now. Data. Dukesoft is asking DC Aggie if you were able to fix your IIS subfolder issue. Right. I am interested in knowing that as well. Thank you for asking, Dukesoft. I totally was super involved with myself there. And like I mentioned in my response to you, DC Aggie, why are you trying to open over there? I do have experience with using virtual directories in IIS but not a Blazor app as the sub app to the primary app. Instead, it's so for example, in water.rma-cloud.com, I have two APIs. One of the APIs is provided by the ArcGIS service running on the server. So that was part of the installation process for ArcGIS on the server, where it exposes an API, and we're just using that as a web adapter to get map information. Why did you do that? Man, my CPU is not doing well. And I literally mean CPU. I mean that when I looked in my task manager, it kept showing that my CPU was at 80 to 90% use. And then I closed a whole bunch of my browser windows. I found some processes that were running that I didn't really need to run. I turned them off as services. They were running as background services, so I turned them off there. And then I reopened my stream browser. And yeah, it's still just weird. It's like you can see that I just grabbed the title bar and I haven't let go of the mouse button at all. I'm still moving the mouse around and the window is moving around every now and then. So it's not staying, it's just being super duper weird. And I don't know what to do about it. So if you hear me complaining about that, I apologize. I will try not to complain too much. So anyway, API number one, we have all of our, actually 3 APIs. I was wrong. We have the regular ASP.NET hosted server side API that I use for all of my client calls. So we have that one. We have the one that gives us the map. As we move around the map, it loads the different tiles, the images, the features in that area, etc. And we have this chart making API. Yeah, it kind of seems like it, Captain Chica. So when I create a chart, because, oh right, we need a site for charts. How about this one? Because this currently uses, I forget what the entire name of the package is, but datavisualization.ui to create the charts, which doesn't exist in .NET Core, then I have this API as a .NET Framework API running on the server as a virtual directory underneath this Blazor app, or inside of, or alongside. I don't know what the wording is. So when I do queries to this, it's to my base URL/charts. So it's still pretty easy for me to work with because I don't have to worry about base address being updated for this being a child app of anything else. Yeah, I mean, I looked through all of my processes though. Because it's a virtual directory inside. Like if you're looking in the IIS structure, you would have the node for water management or RMA water. And then inside of there would be the virtual directory that is my charts API. Okay. Yeah, so right now Chrome is taking up 38% of my CPU. OBS is only at 5. And there's a whole bunch of other processes that are taking 0.11. The only ones that are taking more than 1% are ones that I recognize, like Crisp. But my CPU is currently running at 93%. Oh, and NVIDIA Broadcast, which is running at 7. I don't know what this is. Windows search? Nice. Super nice. That's not going to be helpful how do I see? Let's go to details. There's something in my task list that's just called search. You would assume it's search host. But search host is running at 0 kilobits of memory and 0% CPU. So then it could be the search indexer. Can I get some more information on this? Process name. Yeah, that works perfectly. So yeah, it is search host, which is currently paused anyway. Samsung DeX. I would show it on screen, but I don't know if there's anything in here that would expose services that I'm running on my machine that have exploits. But there just isn't anything that I don't recognize. Yeah, this inventory and compatibility appraisal service is one that I don't know. And it's taking up almost 10%. Right, and it's only taking up 31 megabytes of memory, so that's fine. DC Aggie says, thanks for asking. I'm only allowed to work on it in my spare time. To eliminate anything specific to our intranet, I installed IIS on a Windows 11 VM. The Blazor app works perfectly if I deployed to /, and if I deploy to / subfolder and set the base tags href to subfolder, then the app kind of runs and all the links correctly start with / subfolder, but any of the static files from www.root gives a 404. But that's just an update. I don't want to hijack, and I'll keep working on it and posting in Discord. Cool. And then Dukasoft was asking, did you try the app.use path base in program.cs? Propaganda voice. Would you like to know more? Of course. Absolutely, of course. Nice. So we can just turn this off. Oops. Man, yeah, my CPU is at 100. So I don't seem to be too laggy video-wise, and we'll just continue on unless the quality of the stream just degrades to a point where it's just not workable. Which one is this? Microsoft Windows Application Experience. All right, and we select the Microsoft Compatibility Appraiser. Appraiser and Appraiser XP. There are 2 of them, so I'm going to stop both of them. Disable. Disable. What CPU is it? Oh man, I don't know. System information. While I'm a nerd, I'm mostly a software nerd and don't know too much about the specs of my PC. Okay, so this is an Intel. What can I do? I could just do this. Cyrix 586. Yes, I will agree with DC Aggie. That's what I'm running. Here's my processor. It is an Intel Core i7 8700 3.7 gigahertz processor, 6 core. I've tried app base and a large list of other things in program.cs, but I haven't found a successful combination yet. Sadly, there's a lot of conflicting info, and it seems highly dependent on your .NET version as they keep changing things. I agree with that sentiment. One thing you could look at is what does the directory structure look like when you deploy your app in IIS, because it still lives in a folder, in a physical folder on the disk. So look at whether that folder has a separate Blazor folder. Add CPU scheduler, probably. Yeah. I mean, it's weird. I'm sorted by what's taking the highest processor. And I will show that. It's just so weird because like the numbers don't add up. The numbers just don't seem to add up. I could be doing my math wrong, but we have 34% for my Chrome browser, and then a whole bunch of 7s and 1s. I mean, 7 and below. And then a whole bunch of decimal. And then a whole bunch of zeros. So does this really add up to 80? 7, 13, 18, 24, 29, 31, 34, 35. 40, 41. I guess it does. Yeah. So the combination of all these is somewhere around 40% of my CPU. Brave is what I'm using to run the music. OBS, obviously the stream, NVIDIA Broadcast for the camera, Chrome for the multi-stream, and the bot, and this browser. Steam I don't need open right now, so I guess I can just exit that. Yeah, I know Google's an issue. And then Crisp is for my microphone, noise cancellation. Visual Studio. Erlang. I don't know that I'm using Erl for anything currently. Because I downloaded that for my local Lineage 2 server. But yeah, closing out Steam helped a little. Yeah, we're just going to continue though. It's fine. It won't be like this forever. In fact, much like Seto, who is having a similar issue, Sedlix, shout out to him, who is having some PC issues and got PC parts and is going to put his PC together, I went ahead and purchased my, what was going to be a NAS, and what I ended up doing is just purchasing a new computer that I will be using as my stream computer, and I will reformat this computer and install a NAS operating system, some NAS hard drives, and just turn this thing into a NAS. Thanks to Steam Spring sales, my tax return is already partially spent. Must be nice getting a tax return. Okay. Y'all pay tax? Of course we do. We are good citizens and we do our duty, which, regardless of whether you think is the right thing to do or not, it's kind of our obligation to. Otherwise we go to jail or get fined. But I would rather not go down that route. Okay, so I think that I am just missing some DB contexts. Is that what I'm missing here? From Entity Framework Core 9. Aha. So I'm still referencing Entity Framework 9 in my shared server, because we started off with this being a .NET 9 project. Am I though? Kind of looks like I'm referencing .NET or an 8.x version of Entity Framework. $999. Taxes pay Lion's salary and mine too, so please pay promptly. Yes. I was going to say not anymore, but I guess Navarro is contracted to the US Army. So yes. Yes. And if Navarro doesn't get paid, then their contractors don't get paid, and so on and so forth. But that shouldn't be the reason to pay your taxes on time. Don't worry about me. I mean, you're still paying taxes. And then you just report at the end of the year. Pretty sure my taxes don't cover that. Maybe Dukasoft. Maybe. Yeah, I'm gonna drop that topic now, Kevin Chica, because one, I don't know where you live. Two, I don't know whether it's, I don't know the legality of it, and I'd rather not just worry about me. I owe Steam money. Okay, so I really don't know where we're getting this dependency on .NET 9, where this says that I am somewhere using Entity Framework Core version 9.2. Analyzers. Packages. Yeah, Entity Framework Core. Actually, you know what? What am I thinking? I can just look, and it's probably Serilog now that I'm looking at this. I can just look at the NuGet package manager, and it'll show me all of my transitive dependencies. I do like this part of the update. And also there was another Visual Studio update that I would have wanted to install before the stream, but again, my PC was doing all of this CPU usage eatage, so I was like, it would definitely not be done in time. Okay, where are all of my transitive? Hello, Stony Eagle. transitive dependencies, Microsoft dot entity framework core 9.0.2. Who is causing us to use this? Everyone. Why does everyone have a reference, a transitive reference to entity framework core 9? Does this actually tell me what packages or which package is dependent on this? I'm too formal. Nonsense. I'm me. How can I tell who's bringing this dependency in? I thought that like it's cool that they have that they show me what libraries or not, yeah, you know what I mean, which projects are getting this transitive dependency, but it would be nice if it showed me all of the packages that were dependent on this. The ones that I am getting this transitive dependency from. Well, let's go to the one that I think is most likely going to be the one that's causing it. And that will be Serilog. Yeah, because all of my references to Entity Framework Core. Am I back in transitive? Oh, duh, because I collapsed top level. I am he who is I. True. Because 7, 8, 9. Okay, Mr. Stony Eagle. I just added more to it. Anyway, yes, I will do my best to call you Stony from now on. No guarantees that I'll remember, but I will do my best. Mr. Stony. Okay. Done at standard, that's fine. Fluent validation. Okay, Eagle, says Dugasoft. No other dependencies. None of you are version 9. Web utilities, we can bring up to version 8.0.14. Then I shall do my best to bully you until it sticks. Please don't bully me. I don't want to be bullied. Okay, and I forgot to check AutoMapper. AutoMapper is Entity Framework Core 9.02 and above. What about 10? Greater than 6. We're gonna roll back to AutoMapper 10. I use the term bullying in the same way as people use the term lurking, with love. Yeah, I don't want to be bullied though. Dang it, did I only install that into UI? I meant to do it here. I will use my safe word if I have to. Okay. Did that get rid of our Entity Framework Core 9.0.2 dependency? No, it did not. Okay, so who else? Who else? Wait, yes it did. Yes, it did. Why are you still showing 9.0.2 when this is telling me that the transitive dependencies are 8.0.x? Yeah, I really, really don't like that. Collection.entity framework. Okay, this is fine. What I should be able to do to get rid of all of the dependencies, because like I don't want my core project to have a dependency on Entity Framework Core at all. I don't know if it's bad to, but I just don't. So instead, what I'm going to do is install the dependency to shared server, because that's the only time that we're going to use Entity Framework Core stuff, anything that references shared server. And that way, client and all of the client side only stuff will not have a dependency on Entity Framework Core at all. The other thing is the reason that I'm doing it in this order, where I'm installing it into the shared server project first, and then I will uninstall it from the shared, is because I didn't want to have to go and look for it again in the browse package manage or browse packages, and laziness. Laziness. Oh, my laziness. And a shout out to Stony Eagle. I am following you, right? I am not following you yet. I'm following you now. Dang it. How is I not following you? API client, anyone? Is it because you only recently started streaming? Or have you been streaming for a while? Wow, look at all of this information. Mine is so lame. All I have is, here's some rules. Follow the rules. You have the rules. These are nice. These are really nice. I already claimed these. I haven't claimed these. Or have I? Why are they showing back up again if I've already claimed them? Hey, look, I'm promoting being a Twitch Prime member. You should be a Twitch Prime member with Prime Gaming. That way you get free games. And free in-game assets. But yeah, this is really cool. You even have your hardware information on here. But you're working on a project called No Mercy TV. Stony says "Da Rules" is a pun on Fairly Odd Parents. Oh, which I didn't watch. I watched a lot of stuff like Dexter's Laboratory, Powerpuff Girls. Those are the only two of that type that I can remember watching. I'm sure there were more if you jogged my memory, but most everything else was Japanese anime. Dexter's Lab. Yeah. Love Dexter's Lab. It was so good. It's been 3 years since the most recent one. I mean, before the most recent one. Gosh, adding words to your statement. Who else is streaming? Okay, let's get off my Twitch page. I mean, my Twitch. You know what I'm trying to say. Okay, we got rid of those. We take care of those. Don't worry about them. Updating our dependencies. We are now uninstalling AutoMapper Core from you so that nothing else has a dependency on Entity Framework Core. I am going to go ahead and refresh this page because it kind of seemed like it wasn't refreshed when we looked at the version numbers on the Transitive Entity Framework Core dependencies in this list, even though it's refreshing it now. So you should, in theory. Man, was there anything else like those at the time that I used to watch? I kind of remember something, oh, I can't remember his name. The Lightning Kid. I was really fascinated with that one. I was like, man, I want abilities like that. Action Jackson? Maybe. Are these direct dependencies or are these transitive? I kind of forget where I'm at. You have Dexter's Lab on nomercy.tv. Give me a second and I'll click on that. Okay, so here, hopefully these are the transitive dependencies. Why are you guys still dependent on it? So something else is causing a transitive dependency to shared for Entity Framework Core. Is that true? Or are you fibbing me? All right, so here is the show on nomercy.tv. Oh. I can't see it unless I sign up. And at the moment, I'm not gonna sign up. Oh, the test user has access until I release. Ah. Well, if you want to share if you want everyone to see this and you feel like sharing that, then feel free to PM me if you don't want everyone to know the login credentials for the test server. No, don't save for this. This looks really good. I think you've shown this to us before, and I kind of remember an earlier version of it, but I love this. This is nice. This is very nice. And I bet you it's just my my processor that's being all laggy and stuff. So what else in here related to? These are related, right? I'm going to assume these are related. Related to Dexter's Lab. Did I used to watch? Silver Surfer. Rugrats. I used to watch Rugrats. I think I used to watch Teenage Robot. I don't remember it being called Teenage Robot. Robot Boy. I used to watch Robot Boy. Ed, Edd and Eddy. I also used to watch that. And that's about it from this list. What is this? Oh, I thought it was going to be like Game Masters. This one. Hey. Oh, I loved it, Game Master. Saw all of my favoriteest video games come to life. Oh man, used to watch Mega Man. Anyway. You can look up everything, you can only watch what I actually have. Like you can actually stream from there. And hello, TBD. Oh man, I hope you're doing better, or at least manageable. TBD has been out of it. He's been struck by some health things. Shout out to him anyway. But that's awesome. It's really cool. Whistles the edit and he saw. Okay, so it's throttled at 50 requests per second, so you're fine. Data comes from the moviedb.org. You looked at the README if I'm correct. Aha, cool. It's what I've been doing for 3 years with AOA now, so it's fine. So that's another reason that I've seen the UI a lot. I don't usually have him turned up when I'm lurking. I usually only have one person audible enough to hear. We'll see after my surgery tomorrow how I'm doing. Well, it's gonna go great. I want it to go great, so I am sending you just the best wishes that it goes really well. And they do everything perfectly with no complications, and it resolves whatever. It resolves the issues. Music also works. You can test the Heartbound album since Thor allows you to stream it. I'm good. I'm good. Thanks for the offer, though. But at least people can hear it and see it, and they saw it on stream. I got to get some work done. I was talking about this with its APIs for DC Aggie, and it's just not super helpful because it's like the charts API is the virtual directory. I think I was saying to you, DC Aggie, that check to make sure that the folder that has the what's it called? The folder that has the assets for like your bundled CSS and just the bundled CSS that usually gets imported. Find out where that's located in the physical folder. Make sure that it's in that. I think it's a Blazor folder that you get inside of those. I don't have an IIS server that open that I can look at really easily. But I'm pretty sure there's a Blazor folder with something like web assets or static web assets or something like that. And that's where the, hold on. I need to go answer the door. Be right back. Okay, back. I'm trying to track down where these transitive dependencies are still coming from. Out of breath. So client is still getting a transitive dependency on Entity Framework core? That doesn't make sense. We removed it from the shared library and client is only referencing shared client. And shared client is only referencing shared. Out of breath. UI is only referencing shared as well. Okay, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna close and reopen Visual Studio. I'm gonna clean is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna turn that down. Give me a little bit more room, please. Arigato momichi. So why are you still saying that? Oh, it's still building. I don't need you right now. Rebuild all succeeded. I'm going to close and reopen Visual Studio to see if that will refresh my dependencies list. I'm pretty sure there's a reload all dependency or reload dependency tree or something like that that I could be using. But yeah, if there is anything else that you want to tell us about the app, Stony, you can definitely tell us that. I just won't be demoing it today. But if you do want to go through it in a more in-depth way, we can definitely do that on a Friday. That's what Community Day streams are for. I need to clean up my community shoutouts too, because a few of the people that are on the rotating list of community shoutouts haven't streamed in a while either. So much stuff to do that is not work related. Okay, this is better. This is better. The only thing that has a transitive dependency on the Entity Framework Core package from AutoMapper is the main application, which is the server side of the application, which should mean, hello Napalm, Entity Framework Core, our transitive dependency for Entity Framework Core, thank you for that, should only be at 8.0.14 and what? Okay, wait. This makes sense. 8.0.6 is the version that the other ones are transitively dependent on, which is probably another library. So Stony is saying, I'm currently working on a moderation bot to make my life easier as a mod for 13 channels. If you happen to get it working, Dukasoft is probably interested in it. He's asking, do you know the core features? So it's probably this data protection thing, because you are the one that requires Entity Framework Core 6, but you are only transitively a transitive dependency on shared server and the main application. So there's something else. Who else? Okay, get rid of this. Who else has a dependency on e.53? Not you. CSV helper core. Clone validation, I think we already looked at, and it didn't. Server. No dependencies. Okay, so diagnostics obviously would. 8.0.14 though. For now, I'm just building out the foundations, says Stony, and get the automated block terms to be synchronized across all channels, so the follow bots are blocked everywhere with one addition. And also feel free to give me a list of what you would like to have. Which library are we looking at? Diagnostics. Okay, Newtonsoft. It'd be weird for Newtonsoft to have a dependency on Entity Framework. Web Utilities, Fluent UI. IO-Link. Same there. Tests. Signature pad. Nope, we're good. Again, if Newtonsoft has a dependency on it, I would be raised. And substitute. Am I actually using that? All right, and then all of my database, oh wait, this is my component library, which shouldn't. Blazor auth should. Blazor auth client should not. Okay. Blazor auth server should. And the version of Entity Framework that it references is greater than or equal to 8.08. So that one's not the one that's giving us a transitive dependency of 8.06. Yeah, Napalm says everything is all one big circular dependency. All right, here is a data protection from my ASP.NET Core Identities database project. Gosh, why can't I scroll right in this list? It's really annoying. Which has a dependency on 8.06 or greater. So is there anything else that is referencing? No. Dang it. Okay, so my identity database connection, I put that in a library. Hello, CFG338. Your name sounds familiar. Did I see you on someone else's stream recently? I think we talked a little. How have you been? How are you doing? Right now, I'm just hunting down a transitive dependency that should not exist. And right now, this one is only in my shared server and main application, which means that client and all of the other libraries should not get transitive dependencies from this, because the dependency goes from shared server to RTRAC main app and nowhere else. And then my models, do you have? Aha. All right, well, this is what's causing the transitive dependency everywhere else. Why do you have a dependency on Entity Framework Core? That does not make sense. These are just POCOs and entities, and that's it. They should not have a dependency on Entity Framework Core. So we found it. It's not something that's easy to fix, but I am going to make a note that I need to remove the dependency for Entity Framework Core from any of my database projects, my database libraries that have their models projects have a dependency on EF Core. Move EF Core dependencies from models projects in DB context libraries. All right, noted. I'm trying to bypass a mobile network's anti-hotspot measures. The standard is TTL based. Mean. Thank you for giving me a second to think of how to respond to that. I don't know how to respond to you, CFG. That's not something I want to talk about on this stream. I wouldn't have information for you regardless, but thank you for sharing what you are trying to do. Even if it is for like white hat hacking or brown hat or whatever it's called, you're trying to be helpful. Just not something I like talking about. And you're going to hear that a lot from me. I've gotten to a state where you can log in and it saves the tokens. This is Stony saying this, and it saves the tokens in the database. They are encrypted on init and decrypted on get. I hope I have it secure. How knowledgeable are you on this, and would you be willing to take a look since I want to do it right? Again, I would be on Friday on Community Day, but since this is part of my normal work day, I'd rather devote time to working on client applications and having conversations with you about technology. So that would involve a lot of doing stuff on screen. I would have a conversation with you about it directly. But also to answer your question, I guess you asked a question before I even go into it anyway. To answer your question, the authentication method that I've been using, the authentication and authorization, have been the built-in auth-zn stuff from Microsoft Identity. In the previous Blazor template, it was identity server. And in the one before that, there was an identity package that was database authentication stuff, but it was all scaffolded for me. So right now, the main thing that I know how to do is to modify and add roles to the existing template, the way that it gets set up for us. So this identity service, come on, there you go. Does my DB context setup, does my add services for the email sender, add data protection. All of this stuff, again, is from the base template, and then stuff that I have learned over the years. Don't mind all of the capitalization stuff. This is all from decompiling the source, because this is a NuGet package. Yeah, so I know how to do that. But Amin is saying, how are you? Or use Keycloak, says Amin. All auth stuff is done with your Twitch account, even access to my API. Yeah, and the only other time that I used an external IDP was at the previous job that I worked with, where they have their own IDP. I don't know what else to call it. They have their own IDP, and it was a desktop application that would launch a browser, have you sign in, process the token, do the request back to the server, and then get the actual, you get the authentication token, and then you get the authorization token back from the server after the full handshake thing. But as far as keeping the identity stuff secret, again, data protection is a built-in package that you can add to your identity implementation of what is scaffolded with the .NET Blazor web app project. Now, there is another very talented streamer that is currently working through authentication stuff. I think they got it mostly working, but they currently haven't been able to stream for a little bit. But again, if you're up for it on Friday, this would be a topic I would be happy to look into further with you. I just don't have off the top of my head knowledge. Okay, that said, now that we fixed the Entity Framework 9 dependency, can we run the app? So once again, today's efforts are towards modernizing an app that is currently a .NET Framework MVC application, turning it into a Blazor app. And no, it did not fix it. What's our new error? Please tell me it's a different error. Okay, it is a different error. It's telling me that my connection string is empty. An error occurred using connection to database blank on server blank. Failed for ASP.NET Core identity. Connection string property has not been initialized. Great. We're good with this. This should just be needing to get the secrets. Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Really appreciate it. How are you, by the way? Ask Amin. I lost my Twitch account. No. And then redacted. That's sad. Blue Spider said, I stepped away for a while. Did we get rid of Net9? At the moment, yes, because I was running into issues with my application running in Net9, but all of my database and my Armit's identity, UI and stuff was Net8. And it was really weird because I thought that would work. I thought you could still use UI from previous .NET versions, but it was giving me exceptions that had to do with the conflicts between the ASP.NET Core NuGet packages for a Blazor component library that was .NET 8 being used in a .NET 9 project. Are you migrating to Net Standard or Net Core for the projects? For the actual Blazor web apps, Net Core, we're going to Net 8. And the shared libraries, I'm going to go ahead and keep in Net 8 because there's nothing else that's going to be using them. I know this is the only application that's going to use them. I do want to take them all to Net 9 eventually. But for my database applications, they're also Net 8. Tukasoft. Wait, how did that not... Wow, that was late. That took a long time, Restream, but weirdo. But yeah, I mean, I've been keeping myself busy. So since the last time you were here, I think you may not have heard the news that I went from the other job where I was working for the consulting firm. I was working for Sageti, and since I say that, none of the views and opinions I express here on this channel are the views and opinions of Sageti. They are my own. And I am no longer employed by them. But I left them, and now I'm working directly for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, actually Navarro, at the Rocky Mountain Arsenal as a solo developer. And there is the No Mercy mod bot, the one that Stony was talking about earlier. Did I miss anything? Did I miss any questions? Dukasoft says 789. Yup. Cool. Okay, so feel free to keep asking questions. I'll do my best to answer them. Yeah, I'm gonna star that because it sounds good. I'm not a mod on, well, I'm a mod on one channel, and that's about it. Thank you. And how have you been? I mean, AKA the Neo. No. I went through that bottle fast, or time is just moving fast. What error did we say we got? Oh, our secrets. So I should be able to use the same secrets that we had before. Can I compare this with... Compare with a different commit. I just got to go into commit history. That's all. All right, and I'm looking for where I made updates to RTRAC. Well, there wouldn't be any updates to RTRAC Blazor web app because that one's new. There would be updates to RTRAC Blazor, let's say server only. If we can find the one where I deleted server only, that'd be helpful. Old original app. Reorganized projects. Much to learn and experiment, says Stony, but it keeps me busy and off the streets. I had a comment, keeping that comment to myself. Oh my gosh, why did I do it this way? And now TC Aggie is saying to Stony, now I have to listen to Wild in the Streets. Okay, MVC app goes away. Net Framework app goes away. Wait, so I have the RTRAC Blazor solution updated, but not the RTRAC Blazor. Yeah, original app goes away. RTRAC current branch. Where's the delete for... Yeah, I could have sworn that I deleted the project. Okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. Because I know that it was the original project and those other ones, we're going to commit our NuGet package reference changes for compatibility. I didn't enhance error handling. Then we're going to check out this branch. I mean, this commit. Napalm says, why do I always feel so unprofessional when I ask a colleague to cherry pick their commit? Terrible name. It is a terrible name. I'll just agree with you. I can't come up with a better reason than it's a terrible name. Dukasoff said, off the street sounds good. Do remember to go just a little outside though. Yes, DC Aggie cherry pick. Did I actually check out the commit, or I clicked on view commit? I meant to check out. There we go. And this should give me the secrets ID. And that way I don't have to open secrets and try to configure it or anything like that. And then we can just go back to pulling latest. Oh, yeah, we should just be able to click on the branch. Duh. Come on, brains. There's crackly audio? No! Let me find out. Crackly audio? Hello? Hello, crackly audio. Test, 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 test. Okay. So at the moment there is no crackly audio, but I'm assuming that it's happening when my CPU is going crazy. So I'm pretty much almost at 100% CPU usage, and maybe doing the checkout was causing the crackliness. I try not to do too many things that are processor intensive. CPU go brrr. But I did mention that I have bought a new PC. I didn't buy the parts, I just bought the PC because I'm sure that if I tried to put it together myself, I would burn out the motherboard, burn out a chip, burn out a processor. So, yeah. Okay, so this here, this secrets, should be the same one that I was using before, which means that I shouldn't have to make any changes for us to have access to our server logins and stuff. So I'm going to run the app again. CPU is... Rest of the joke writes itself. Does it though? Or Snap and Pop. They had better things to do. Crackle's the only one I could convince to hang out with us. I'm becoming less and less tolerable, I think. Oh, I was trying to drink my water with the lid on. Did you actually run? I can't tell if you actually ran. I need to just stop the app. Rerun. Why aren't you? Oh, because nothing is set as the... Has anyone ever done programming before? Maybe you could teach me? Here's a better one. Has anyone ever done life before? Maybe you can teach me? He says, I know basic. I dabbled with it a bit, says Stony. 10, print hello world. I'm terrible at it. You don't want my help, says DVD. Nonsense. Absolute rubbish language. You are amazing at it, and I love watching your streams. Yay! Would you look at that? We actually have a login page. So now let's test to make sure that our login works. What did I change it to? Nope. There is no service registered of type UI state. But didn't we... Oh, this is one of the main gripes that I hear quite often regarding running Blazor in the mixed mode, just running Blazor in any mode. How do you know what mode you're in, what type of stuff is going on when you are registering your services? Because right now I have add UI services, correct? However, I'm pretty sure that we set up the app to run in mixed in interactive auto. No, we're not. We're running in WebAssembly only. That being the case, the thing that has not been consistent, and many of you can attest to this, is that it doesn't always run the program.cs for the client project, even if you're running in WebAssembly only. So I want to prove that to myself after I read Amin's message. What is programming? Let me ask the LLM. That is terrible. Semi-true. I don't want it to be true. Okay, so we're gonna see that the RTRAC Blazor main project program CS runs every time. So we hit this breakpoint, it's doing its thing. However, by the time the application opens up, oh, it's not gonna open in this window. It's gonna open in the window over here, of course, off stream. By the time the application opens up, we're on the login page. The login page has nothing to do with the client project, so it doesn't need to do anything for the client project itself. When I log in, if I'm able to, oh my goodness. The updated password has got me in a tizzy. You did ask the LLM. Okay. It still has not run the client program.cs. We didn't hit this. Actually, this breakpoint isn't even hittable at the moment. Why not? Because it's only running the RTRAC Blazor program.cs, which doesn't make sense. Because the only thing that I want on the server are server-side services. I don't want it to have UI services in the server project, but it's not technically a server project, is it? So I have to add, yeah, and this is really bad because I have server-side implementations of my services that are added here, server services. And those are the ones that are able to directly interact with the database and file system and whatever else is local server resources. But on the client side, I have client services, which I guess is shared client services, that are HTTP requests to an API endpoint to do all of those things. So I don't want to move this into the server program.cs, but all of my other UI stuff, I don't really understand why I have to move that in here. Okay, some conversations in the chats. Dukesoft did ask Automated Realms. Actually, no, TBD Gamer asked Automated Realms, what is programming? Automated Realms responded with, programming is the process of creating software which involves designing, writing, testing, and maintaining code. It's like building with digital Lego blocks to create useful tools and applications. Okay. TBD said to Napalm, terrible. Because Napalm most recently said something about, how are you today? And so TBD Gamer's just being honest, terrible. I dislike trying to do .NET in AWS. I feel very out of my depth. Napalm says, relate to, Napalm was saying to Automated Realms, relate the definition of insanity to the discipline of computer programming, which it did. And it said insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, but expecting different results. In the context of programming, this could mean trying the same approach or method despite it not working before. And then TBD was like, how about yourself? Napalm said, nailed it. Automated Realms says, thank you. Appreciate the compliment. So for those of you that don't know, Automated Realms is just an LLM running on a different machine. Then Napalm said to TBD, not terrible. Things have been slow between projects at the moment. A little boring though. If you have any .NET questions on AWS, yell. Did a lot for 3 years. 3 years. So TBD is like, I might run an idea past you in Discord. I think I may lose significant amounts of my hair with this. No. Then Napalm said, no problem, anytime, happy to help. DC Aggie says, Minecraft is like building with digital Lego blocks. So in Minecraft, I'm programming. And Amin says, maintaining. Never heard of that. I have. It's what I'm doing with these applications. Okay. So I didn't have it up on screen, but it did work and then it didn't. And that's because there's another service that doesn't exist that I completely forgot I changed the way that this works. So I need to find all references of this alleged service. That's not a service. It was just a singleton that I was using called iApplication Globals. I changed my approach for this for a given application. What I'm essentially trying to do is standardize the way that all of the RMA applications work. I mention this frequently, but I am maintaining about 10. I still don't know the count. This is how bad I am at remembering even things that I say repeatedly. But we're managing around 10 applications. The majority of them are Blazor web apps. A couple of them are still .NET Framework MVC applications, and one of them is a VB.NET using .NET Framework WinForms. So VB.NET WinForms using .NET Framework 4.7.2, I think we saw. And so what we're doing right now is finally doing the upgrade of one of the remaining .NET Framework MVC applications to Blazor. Yes, I still remember. I mean, if that's what you're asking. That's something that I am, which is crazy because normally mnemonics and onomatopoeias, Amin remembers. I didn't actually say it, but I did remember it. Normally onomatopoeias don't work for me. Onomatopoeias, mnemonics don't work for me as much. And so a long time ago, back in, what was it, 1832, I think, when you were last here. No, it was even before that. I don't even, like, the thing that I don't remember is the situation surrounding how we came to the word adumbret. But we were talking about, oh, it was word of the day. I used to do word of the day on the stream. And adumbret was the word of the day. I don't remember what it means, but Amin associated the word adumbret with the word rate, and I remember adumbret every single time he just says the word rate. I am at work. Doesn't look like it because I'm sitting here blabbing my mouth off. Yes. I am allegedly doing the work. Yeah, Amin remembered it was the word of the day. So you're still getting like a 30-second delay. Man, that's crazy. VB.NET isn't bad, right? Question mark. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I enjoyed it. I need to look everywhere for iApplication globals. But if you do have something to ask, Scott, if it's not something that requires visuals and stuff, I'll do my best to respond to it. Okay, so the interface does exist. I'm going to move this Excel content type into my application globals.cs, which is now just a static class. And hello, Magnivio. Happy Wednesday to you as well. Okay. You can also, oh, right. I don't need to do anything with this file. We're going to delete it. I just needed to make sure that I took over all of the extra stuff that I would have had in this file that's used elsewhere. Navbar title, browser title, something seems, oh, and then of course the extra thing would be the Blazor flavor. So the way that I used to structure the program, the applications, when I was upgrading things to Blazor in .NET 6 and before, was I would have the Blazor WebAssembly project template, set up the Blazor WebAssembly hosted API server, the client side, and the shared project, and then move things around, and then set up a Blazor server project as well to run alongside. And then all of my UI is done in a separate Blazor component library that both of them reference, so they both use the same UI. They just run one as Blazor server, the other as Blazor WebAssembly. And this is the thing that told the running application, is it running as Blazor WebAssembly or Blazor server? It was just small hack, easy to do. And I just had Blazor server in case Blazor WebAssembly, because of shipping the DLLs to the browser, was a bad thing for the products, and it wasn't. So we kept using Blazor WebAssembly. But now I'm using Blazor Web App with typically interactive mode auto, but it looks like I selected specifically WebAssembly when I created this project for some reason. But that's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. And DC Aggie says VB.net is indeed not that bad. I still like it. I'd take it over JavaScript, or I can't. I'm trying to reduce the amount of curse words I use on stream, DC Aggie. Just for you, I'll say it. I'd take VB.net over JavaScript or PHP, etc. any day. Forcing me to curse. But otherwise, it seemed all right. Says, oh, wait. The CFG said the only exposure I had to VB.net was migrating a single file app using global variables to readable C# code. Interesting. But otherwise, it seemed all right. And I put all of it in a class. Global variables became class parameters. Job done. Yeah, and that's kind of what I'm doing here with the application globals. It is kind of like you used to have a module that would serve as your global variables in a VB.net application, if I recall correctly. We will be working on STRAC, on the upgrade for STRAC, which is the VB.net application, and then we'll remember. It was sarcasm. It's okay. Magnivio is asking, maybe anybody know how better import JavaScript library via Webpack, or I think you are saying bundled JavaScript script or a built JavaScript on CDN for Blazor Solutions. I do not. I'm sure you can just use npm install and have access to your node modules as part of your build process, but other than that, I don't know. We do have other .NET developers here, but other .NET developers that use JavaScript frameworks that are probably more competent around using Webpack or npm. But I don't know of any of them that are using it with a Blazor application specifically. CFG says, I actually untangled it all and it was hard. Okay. But I am still making this application globals static class to replace my let's dependency inject the application globals, because now I am running the Blazor web app, which is just a single project that will run as either Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly, and we have ways of determining whether it's running as server or client, which I've never really needed. Not the way that I have written the code. I've just needed to be mindful that the logic that I'm writing will behave correctly regardless of which render mode it uses. Okay, that said, deleting the application globals, deleting the client application globals, which is the thing that inherited or implements application globals, and that's what got dependency injected if you ran as WebAssembly. And Slipstream is having a lot of issues, man. Just lost connection. Okay, no music for a bit. Oh, just kidding. Hold on. Gonna take a second. Oh. So CFG is responding to Magnivio. I don't think there's a pleasant way to bundle depending libraries. I don't think I read that with the right inflection. Okay, music should be starting back up. Like that. All right, now we should have some errors show up about the use of iApplication globals. We're now going to change all usages of iApplication globals to regular application globals that have matching properties. If I'm trying to inject application globals anywhere, then I will need to delete those. So here's an injection, and you can tell that this was one of the first, not even one of the first. No, that's not even right. What is this? I started this in 2022, which would have been about 4 years after starting to work with Blazor. So why am I using the @inject? Because I have definitely been using the inject attribute in a code block more often than the @inject. What are these called? Directives. Interesting. Very interesting. We don't need to worry about Blazor flavor. It's not a thing anymore. And this was also in a time when I was using 2 space tabs and probably curly braces on the same line. I know. We're still working on it, dude. Jeepers. Yeah, and then I also show the scope, the visibility modifiers. I use that on everything now, so man, there's going to be a lot that I will want to fix. I use code behind files for just about everything now. Yes, it's easy way. Oh, so including JavaScript from CDN in Blazor is pretty easy in your HTML. Yeah, it's the easy way. NerdHerder wants to see the authorize view role constants string. All right, let's see if I can find out where we were. Authorize view. Oh, it would have been in the .razor. Okay. Authorize view. Here it is. Okay, so I have what you could have done if you have multiple roles, and actually this is still wrong because I've changed the way that I do this. Full app role dot full, oh my gosh, dot user. Is there a pipe in there? Yes. Yeah, so that's just naming convention that I set up for for all of the applications. The way that I do roles is the app name. Well, this doesn't say app name, but it would be the app role role prefix pipe role name. And this is how all of the applications are set up now. And so the thing that I'm using here is this extension method that I have that will have a standard format way of outputting the app role enum to the app role name. So this would be full role name. You do string.join. Yeah, I'll need to update that everywhere too. Thank you for pointing it out though. Don't need that open. Don't need you open. We need you open like this. KE entered amount is not actually used. Okay, may as well clean that up. I don't know what entered amount is. Maybe that was like a demo where we were talking about something before. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of code for us to clean up in this. I'm trying to just run through and delete all of the usages of iApplication globals. So yeah, this would be a case where I would do app role dot this dot full role name. I already forgot what we called it. Full role name. Wait, I missed one. Just give me this in my clipboard. I am app role. Okay, I just need to make app role available everywhere too. So I'm gonna do that real quick. Oh my gosh, what even is this? Shared general. Wait, general is available everywhere. How is this namespace still net 9? And there isn't an easy way for me to rename this one because I want to get rid of it. And Magnivia's like, cool, like YAML or JSON? No, just string.join. Which will take a collection and then you give it some string that you want to put in between each item, like a comma. And then it'll concatenate all of the strings together with a comma in between them. So like if I had, for example, like if this was a flags, for example, and I was using numbers like this. And I don't really remember the syntax for this, so hopefully I'm doing the syntax correctly off the top of my head. But this combination of all primary roles. Yeah, it was pipe. That's what I was going to use. So if I had this, oops, and preliminary. I don't know why I'm trying to make it accurate because I'm going to delete this. If I had this, then I could get all as an array of all of the roles that it is. So then I could do all dot to array as my collection, and then string dot join comma, use a comma as the delimiter in between everything. And then all dot to array dot to string. Anyway, point is that's how string works. No, I was doing. Oh, that was right. It was actually supposed to be bit shift, wasn't it? I don't remember. I don't really remember. It's okay though. We don't need it to be flags, although it would be nice. Moving on. I'm gonna get rid of this namespace. I'm doing that now. This is gonna be just RTRAC Blazor. Only 4? That does not seem right. But welcome back, you, Jamie. We'll see all the places that broke. I'm still looking for more iApplication globals. Dagnabbit. I did not just do that. says, why do you have DLLs in the project folder? I don't know. There's something that I did to the, and I'm assuming it's the identity.blazorauth package that I created. But every time that I add it as a reference, I'm seeing these. And you can see that they're linked files. They aren't actually physically there in the directory. They're just linked files. But I don't know what I did in that package to make this happen. I have deleted them before, but they are linked files, so they're just going to come back when I rebuild. Okay, let's try this again. iApplication globals. Yeah, it's very interesting. I'm sure it's something that I did though. I checked CSproj, and these are not, well, these are those files. I have deleted this from CSproj before. Oh, that got added because I just deleted them. And so if I add that to CSproj, they show back up in my solution structure, my project structure. But we are going to address that today. Okay, iApplication globals, .NAP title, more iApplication globals. Right, we just saw that if I delete them, then it adds it to remove them from my project structure, but I don't want them there to begin with, and I don't want that in my CSproj right now. I just want to remove whatever that library is doing to cause this to happen, because I have, again, we have a lot of applications that we maintain. Yes, there we go. Oh, right. This one might need some logic. Remember, please remember that this was done in 2022. And well, 2022 was the last time that I opened the project before we started this upgrade again. 2023 was the last time. And all that I did in 2023 was added the original .NET Framework project, .NET Framework solution to this repository so that I would have access to it to convert over and all that stuff. But before then, 2022 was when we were actively working on this. Is that a project migrated to the new format of Net Standard or Net Core? So again, this is going to Net 8. And I created a new project and I'm moving files over because the UI itself for the original application is the best you will ever see. Best design ever. This part was me. I made the decision to make the login page look like this. The original login page did not look like this. Oh yeah. As Irish John would do. This is terrible. I'm not a designer, and at that time I was even worse a designer than I am now. So this is what the main login page looks like. This is what the application looks like. So the application itself, I tried to keep the UI as close to the original application that I converted over. So all of these applications that are web applications used to be JSP applications that I moved over to .NET Framework MVC applications. But this entire UI looks very, very similar to what it would have looked like in as the JSP application, except that the menus actually work in a clean way. Thank you for the suggestion, Stony. I appreciate it. I'm not too worried about that aspect of it at the moment, as I mentioned before. But yes, I could benefit from, like, the thing that happened with CSS libraries. and Blazor component libraries even, was I originally tried using Bootstrap because that's what you are scaffolded with when you created a new .NET Framework project back in 1824. So MVC apps came with Bootstrap. Blazor apps started off coming with Bootstrap before. I think it still does scaffold with Bootstrap if you don't do create empty project, if you do like add sample pages or something. I can't remember. But I struggled a lot with CSS, and I fought against the CSS libraries that I used before, that now I just roll my own CSS from scratch all the time. I'm good at making things look like a design. I'm not really good at designing things myself. So the majority of the applications will still look like the original applications. I just made the UI and the CSS more to standards currently, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Okay, but thank you for the suggestion for using a CSS framework or library. Oh, what even is this? There's a lot of things that this application could benefit from, and I will try to keep them in mind, and I will try to keep your suggestions in mind as well. So this logic here, though, is probably something that I'm going to need to do. I honestly don't know why I'm only doing this in WASM. So I'm going to need to make that decision whether or not we still need this logic. I fought against Bootstrap 2, and Laravel introduced me to Tailwind, and now I have no regrets. CFG says Tailwind is fine, but I'd stick to Bootstrap until you need it. Yeah, and again, I just don't have much of an interest to use the CSS frameworks. And then I ended up fighting against trying to style and make third-party Blazor components work the way that I wanted them to. So I learned how to build my own components, and I pretty much roll all of those from scratch as well. I have started trying to lean more on existing component libraries out there. I don't have much interest using CSS, period. But because I have gotten just enough skills for making UI look better than it had previously, then I'm not too worried about it, because our users are already used to the way the UI was working before, and anything that I do is an improvement on that. Maybe one day, if I'm making commercial products that are widely available, I'll start using... Actually, if I'm making commercial products that are widely available, I will have a designer working on the design of the applications. Okay. God, writing your own CSS sounds unnecessarily hard. It's not for me. I mean, I've come up with a pattern that I really like. As long as I have a picture of what the thing should look like, then I can pretty much make CSS to make it look like that. And hopefully in a clean enough way. CSS grid is life. Absolutely. Okay. Some other comments that came in. Napalm said, when I did it though, I didn't mind writing my own using BEM and Sass. I love using SCSS, but it's time consuming. It's not super time consuming for me anymore. DC Aggie says, confession. Oh dear. Am I blushing? If it were up to me, our apps would use Bootstrap for the column layout thing, but we'd use zero actual styling, native controls, native colors, native fonts, etc. Like the thing that I do like about CSS frameworks and libraries is that they are now providing an easy way for you to customize things like colors. They give you it in the docs how to make your own theme for their library. Same with a lot of component libraries. But it's been so long since I've wanted to use them that I don't know very much about them anymore. So it would take me just as long to learn a new CSS framework, as it would for me to just roll my own CSS. That is pretty standard across the applications, by the way. Then DC Aggie said, if you've seen Canada's no name packaging, I dig that. I haven't. Napalm says CSS Grid is life. Everything pre-grid was terrible. Stony says, I've used Material UI for React and also fought against it. Then came a designer nagging me for changes that were impossible. And I went back to Tailwind. Sorry about the hiccups. Ooh. Napalm says, time consuming when you are full stack, i.e. have to write the back end, front end, HTML, JavaScript, and tack CSS on there. It's one more thing. It's a lot for one person, in my honest opinion. Doable, but a lot. So yeah. It's definitely where I am currently, which is I am very, very comfortable with the approach that I'm taking currently. And since there are so many applications at the moment, I am going to continue on this route and be consistent across all of the applications. Then, if we are able to start making changes, like let's go ahead and just upgrade the UI design for all of the applications, which we would go through an entire design process. We would think about using CSS libraries, component libraries that are not my own. But like, for example, here's something that did not exist at the time. This was the very first Blazor application. This was a desktop application that I converted to Blazor. And this is the very, very first one that I did. And one of the things that we really benefited from was having a WYSIWYG kind of query builder for complex queries to the database to find documents with phrases, with, come on, doc dates, with certain addressees. So all of these possible fields that the user could search. And they could easily construct a complex query without needing to learn the syntax of the search language. So we're using DT search to index all of our documents and do retrieval on them, but they would need to know this syntax. Oops, I pushed the wrong button. Oh, I can't use that until we run it. Doc. They entered is after 03/10/2025. Maybe we will get some results, but not many. So if you run this, it uses DT search. Okay, it doesn't even matter that there were no search results. Point is, they could use a button up there that will print out what the actual DT search syntax is for the query that they just did. And then they could learn the syntax over time, but they would never need to know the syntax ever. They could just use a WYSIWYG. So there was nothing that provided this kind of, why do I keep doing that? This kind of drag and drop UI. Oh my goodness. How does this thing work? We expand this. I don't use this application myself. Ooh, beautiful. But we could have, like I said, complex queries. There's this drag and drop UI that I'm able to drag things together, drop them, they group. I can knot the entire group to generate the syntax for performing the search as I'm making these changes. And so all of these things work as a unit. So this entire thing can be grouped together with that. I blame my PC on being laggy. So there wasn't anything even close to this in a component library that I could use. So I needed to learn how to make it. And then I found out that I enjoyed making the component and that I want to make more. There was another component that I was trying to use that just didn't work for me. I wasn't able to customize it to make it look the way that I was wanting it to look and do the things I wanted it to do. I probably would be able to now with my current skill set, but at the time it was extremely difficult. So I just decided to make my own. Oh, mostly grids, data grids. You know how hard it was to find a data grid? like, oh my gosh. And then when you did find a data grid, you were locked into whatever styling it had, unless you were pretty good at knowing how to manipulate CSS. So those were the fighting with external third-party component libraries that I did not enjoy. And I was like, I do enjoy building components myself, so follow the thing that makes you happy. All right, see you later, DC Aggie. Thank you so much for your conversations. If custom CSS is lower cost for you, then no argument there. It's not, probably, but for the client, they couldn't care less either way. I'm assuming, and I don't have metrics to back this up, but I'm assuming it's faster for me to roll my own CSS than to try to incorporate a CSS library to make the CSS look like the original apps, to make the styling look like the original apps. Okay, that was a fun aside, wasn't it? Yeah, this is going to be a lot of them. I don't need to do this right now. What I need to do is finish cleaning up all of the iApplication globals, which I did in this file. There's a lot of collection initialization syntax that could be fixed, but yeah. You're using application globals. Was there an inject anywhere? There was not. Order modifiers, collection expression, just because I happen to be there. Not everything is initialized before I leave the constructor. We know. Lots and lots of stuff that can be cleaned up, which we will do. That's part of this upgrade process. Is this iApplication globals injected? It is not. I select all of them, delete the I, so that we are using the static version. Those are nullable. I mean, those are not null checked, which is great. Possible null reference exceptions. Yeah, this was even before nullability was a thing, I think, or maybe when it was just coming out. That same file took care of all of them. You there. Magic strings everywhere. Oh, we love our magic strings, don't we? Not dependency injected. Not dependency injected. Well, that's a big file. Hello, Matt. Moth. Oh my gosh, I'm injecting words into your statement too. Doing it all day. I haven't been here in a while. Well, that's fine. It's good to see you though. I am currently working on upgrading a .NET Framework application. That's a .NET Framework MVC. Sorry, .NET Framework 4.8, 4.7, 4. Sometime in the history application to a Net 8 Blazor app. I'm using Net 8 because reasons. There are a lot of decisions that were made that you would question, you're free to question them, and I will try to respond amiably. We need to, at my work, we are still on 4.8. This is one of my favoriteest jobs to do. I absolutely love modernizing applications. There was supposed to be a U in there. We need you. Oh, wow. Well, thank you for saying so. Are your dependencies .NET standard at least? No, they aren't. Because again, these are the full applications. They don't need to be net standard because I am not sharing these libraries with anyone else that needs to use them. They aren't getting published anywhere. They aren't public. And the upgradability, the trail of the upgrade would go from each of the .NET versions. So yeah, I mean, like, that is a lie, because I do have, like, the Blazor components, I wouldn't be able to make those .NET standard. The database projects, I don't think I'd be able to make those .NET standard. The model library for all of my database projects, probably. I guess I can show that. Not you. You. Why do I keep closing the stream window? This one needs to stay here. It's really hard to drag around right now. Who are we looking for? Dev.rma-cloud. No, dev.azure.com. Woo! I totally blanked out on this page. So here are all of the projects that I'm managing. Some of them are just like holder things. So like the playground, anything for new developers coming in. There's some quests for you to learn Blazor or do some things in Blazor so we can gauge where you currently are. But we're not getting any new developers anytime soon. But a lot of them are the web applications. And so this one here is the set of database libraries, files, the set of database libraries that we use throughout our applications. As you can see, there are a lot of them. They are like the context projects. The projects that have the DB context are dependent on Entity Framework, a specific version of Entity Framework, which means that I don't think, I'm not 100% sure about this, but I don't think I can use .NET Standard as my project types for the DB context portions. So this database project here is where the DB context is. I only ever reference it on server side projects. Then the models, on the other hand, are typically just, oh gosh, this is a great one to use. As you can tell, this was reverse engineered from the database to become a code first DB context. So ignore the class names if you can. If you can't, I understand, but I'm just going to ignore any comments about it. So anyway, all these are POGOs. They're just POGOs. So I guess this could be .NET Standard. But because I know I will only, because I know I'm only ever going to use these models with this database project, it made sense to just go ahead and keep them all .NET, whatever they are. Right. And I haven't run into very many issues with framework version issue. Well, I mean, there are tons of issues with framework version issues, but whatever. That hasn't been a blocker. When I make my libraries hasn't been a big blocker. Here it is. in this application. So I guess I'm lying a little bit. I wanted to make this a .NET 9 project, but because the identity project that I made is targeting .NET 8, I ran into some runtime errors when I tried to run the application. And it had to do with conflicting, which one of these was it? ASP.NET Core components, I think. Version numbers. Hello, Core. Core says EF Core 5 was the last version that supported Net Standard 2.1. Supported, oh, EF Core 5 was the last one that supported Net Standard. Yeah, and so do any of the rest of them support Net Standard 1? 2.0? I mean, I said 1. 2.0? It seems like Net Standard 2.0 has a lot more. Yeah, I'm good. I'm not going to go into that too much further. That it's a distraction at the moment, but yes, I could. I could just look it up myself. I was just wondering if you knew off the top of your head. Since you were conversing about it, I'm going to continue on instead. Okay, we don't need these dependency injections anymore. We aren't using iApplication globals. There is no such thing as iApplication globals. Yeah, I allowed it though. Yeah, it's so weird. It is so weird. And it's great, CFG. There are a lot of things that are not part of the .NET standard library frameworks that I use, that I am happy using, and I am okay with using. And yeah, for that I am using Core. But I mean, I hear you. I definitely hear you. Just understand that I am using my discretion to not take the advice at the moment. Maybe in the future, but not at the moment. All right. Don't need the dependency injection here. And you guys, so CFG is saying, that's what I mean. Those stop people from updating. From updating to .NET Core? Because going to .NET Standard isn't necessarily an update. It's just a, I don't know, I'd call it a globalization, a way to make your app more, or your libraries more accessible to older apps. So backwards compatibility, for example. Do everything in .NET Standard 2.0 that you can. But there are things like what we ran into with the data import utility. In the open source version that is going to be put on NuGet, it's targeting .NET Standard 2.0. But the member not null when attribute, for example, doesn't exist in .NET Standard, and there was no easy way of adding it to .NET Standard. Because I originally created it using .NET 8. And that's just for convenience. And because these are all applications that I'm maintaining, I'm allowed to be convenient for myself. I had an RTRAC rules. Have you ever implemented impersonation? A long time ago. Oh man. I haven't had to recently. Like everything runs on the server, the service account. Full role name. How did they deal with null checks? How does what deal with null checks? Or who? Or whom? Why aren't you full dotting for me? Dang it. Just let me do my import. Oh, you just do your own null checks. Like, you can use nullability. I told it to use C# lang 13. It's just I don't have access to those attributes to automatically do the null checks for us. If this method returns true, then the out variable is not null, or the return value is not null, that kind of thing. Or if you call this method, then these properties on this object are guaranteed to not be null. And didn't I make general available everywhere? Oh, because it's not app roles. It's app role. Okay. None of you. Oh no. Oh, I see what I did wrong. Okay, so oh, you are different. Okay, we're gonna go to these. Yeah. Okay, let's just do this. Let's change all RTRAC roles to app role singular. Then everywhere that has pipe app, well, I guess just this, we can target and do app role dot full name. Okay. So I don't know why you're trying to convince. It feels like you're trying to convince me to do this change now, but I'm letting you know that I hear you and I agree with your point in a lot of cases, but yay, Big Gamey! How are you doing, Big Gamey? I'm just talking about something I had to do a few times. Cool. Absolutely. And I really do see the benefit in using .NET Standard. And I agree with you on that if you can use .NET Standard, especially .NET Standard 2, then go ahead and use it. Okay, then all of these that look like this will now be app role dot compatibility and upgradability, like you were saying. Name. Yeah, really the best way, if you can avoid needing standard, write to latest net 9. Works for 8 and 9. Not everyone has the luxury though. I get that. Yeah, exactly. So it's like I could be, and we'll look at it. Maybe there's something that I can do about this, but I could be using net 9 for this project. But I was running into an issue because of my current auth state project. Framework version is mainly different than C# language version. Yeah. In most cases, except for the one that I just mentioned, which was being able to use those really helpful null attributes that I started really enjoying using. And those don't exist. Oh, and I think the generated regex is also not available in Net Standard 2. Which I love that too a lot. CFG says, I'm an F# dev on everything latest for a while now, so out of the loop really. Core is saying, use Polysharp, provides polyfills. Same with F#. That language version is separate to .NET version. Yeah. So if you take a look at our Friday project on github.com/automated realms, the data import utility. Are you going to do this for me? Oh, come on. There we go. Then you'll see that, yeah, the core library portions, actually the entire thing is .NET Standard, except for the UI, the sample app. And component library, duh. So the component library is Net 8. The source generator, which is going to change, the test library, the core library are all Net Standard, but they are targeting Lang version 13 for a lot of the fun stuff. Cool. So I will put that off to the side. But again, I'm personally not looking into trying to add more to this process. I'm trying to continue on my standardized process. But these are cool things to look at. And if you're, yeah, I know that you are just providing it because it's in the topic of conversation, which is cool. That's everything that I need in here. Okay, moving on. Okay. That fixes that. And then same thing here that I've been doing everywhere else. App role.user.to.full name. When did null become hard to use in C#? Does anyone know? No clue. Those aren't things that I concern myself with. Yes, it does. The only thing that doesn't work with the dead end, oh, I do need to update it, but I mean, it does work as is. I have made some improvements to it. The only thing that really doesn't work well is the conditional rule, the conditional mapping rule, but everything else does work as intended. So on Friday, hopefully we'll be able to get it up to the latest version. So Napalm is responding, I think, saying, wouldn't say it's hard. They just turned on nullable reference checking to make people not ignore null, as they did in the past. Yeah, I think they made it so much easier to work with nulls using nullability. I rarely get null reference exceptions because my brain is constantly thinking, I'm seeing in the IDE, here's a warning, is that null? And instead of just putting the null forgiveness operator, I do null checks on the actual things that it's like, hey, this could be null. I'm like, yeah, let me do a null check then for that thing. And then that's when I recently learned about the attributes. then CFG is saying to Napalm, does it enforce a null check at compile? No. I mean, if you turn that on in your editor config, for example, then yes, it will do warnings as errors. Whatever warnings you want it to, it will treat them as errors. But by default, it does not. They are just warnings. You get this beautiful long list of warnings that say, here's all of these things that are being dereferenced as a possible null. And I don't like seeing these. So I will go through every single one of these at some point. We are going to go through every single one of these at some point and make sure that they are properly null checked and declared appropriately. Look at all of these beautiful same line curly braces, 2 space tabs. I still do prefer that. I've been using the 4 space tab and curly brace on the new line for 3 years now, 4 years maybe, and I still prefer the 2 space tabs at least. Okay, that should have taken care of all of our application globals. Napalm was responding, I mean, yeah, it calls it out as, hey, you should do this. I personally turn on warnings as errors, though, as warnings are code smells. Don't come at me. No, I'm in agreement with you. I just have not turned them on as errors because there are usually things that I need to have deployed to production during the process of cleaning up all of those things. We're going to do a global find and replace for, well, I mean, it's going to match case anyway. Lowercase map to caps map. There was only one other one. And we're going to add dev, even though I don't remember having a dev role, but that's fine. Doesn't matter. We're going to get rid of RTRAC roles, and we're going to find out if it's used anywhere else. Ooh, okay. You can ignore. Where are we? Cool. I guess that's a good option. Yep. You can ignore. Core says you can ignore. If you check engine. Oh, you can ignore your check engine light if you want to, or you could unplug it if it annoys you that much. Same for nullable reference types. This is a good analogy. I like this. But it is useful to have enabled. Yeah, so you can either make it to where your check engine light never shows up, or you can just let it be there and not do anything about it. Um, 8 bits per play. Yeah, a working Twitch stream. What? Are none of the other ones working? I see Sorcery Story. I see AAOA. I see Bardaki. I see Mad Chirpy. Okay, those are my 4 that I'm going to currently lurk on. Okay, so OnePain08 is here and says, actually, President Not Sure said something first, sorry. President Not Sure, hi, said, some things are bogus warnings or not applicable because they came along later and it's not practical. It breaks stuff to fix them, compiled bindings. I'm assuming that's an example. Another reason that when you turn nullability on, it doesn't immediately error on compile is because maybe you are in the process of upgrading your app, and one of the things you want to do is address all of your nullability stuff. And so you can have your warnings still show up to constantly nag you and be like, hey, you need to address this thing. Yeah. Okay. So now I will read the thing. So OnePain says, hey there, for the past 2 years, I was learning coding did learn to create full stack apps with React, Node.js, Express, and SQL databases. Now, my question is, how do I get feedback when I'm missing? Oh, how do I get feedback on what I'm missing to get hired and continue learning along professional people? Good question. This is definitely something a lot of people in our community can respond to. My immediate off the top of my head thing would be to say just keep practicing. If there is a specific thing, a specific industry or place that you're trying to get hired at, find out what technology they are using and brush up on your skills in that technology. Discord communities I have found to be some of the most accepting places for new devs. At least TBD Gamers, mine, Irish John Games if you're into game dev, but any dev. What is your name? Big Gamey. Did I already say Big Gamey? Big Gamies. Just like there are a ton in this small community of people that are supportive, especially of new developers. And it is pretty rare that we do get people that are trolly and just flat out rude or mean. I don't know why I'm trying to update this. I'm not trying to update these tabs. And why do you have no forgiveness operators? So yeah, definitely one of the biggest pieces of advice is to find a good community, especially from developers here on Twitch. They are usually some of the most helpful and respectful people that can encourage you to continue doing what you're doing and help you with questions that you might have. On our channel, I am typically doing my workday when I stream on Mondays and Wednesdays, which I think maybe starting in a couple weeks is going to be Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I forgot where I was going with that. But the point is, on our channel, I typically focus on my work. That's where I was going. Typically focus on my work during my regular work days, but I do love to communicate and connect with other software developers. That's the reason that I'm streaming. So on Fridays, I open up a 2-hour slot during my workday for having just any of our community members who have something they want to share, talk about, work through, whatever technology specific conversations they want to have. Then we have those for 2 hours on Fridays. So that's also a great avenue to get help, to get answers on conversation topics like this. How'd I do? Did I use words? I don't know if those were words. I hope they were words. Napalm said, it gives us extra guardrails for things like renovate to do dependency updates. Whoa. Example, this update deprecated a method we are using. If it was a warning, I wouldn't know unless I looked at pipeline logs, but an error stops things dead and makes you go, uh-oh, I need to replace this. Yeah, and for me, it really is. I hit build and I see my output and I see yellow and I'm like, I don't want yellow. CFG says, we get completeness. Every possible code path is defined. Checks at compile in F#. So it wouldn't build without that null check in F# if null was a thing. And that's great that that language started off like that. But remember, C# has also been around for a long time and has not made those decisions when it was first created. So saying that if you're going to turn the nullability feature on because you want to take advantage of the in IDE glyphs and notes that you have nullable references happening and where, means that you are going to get errors in your application when you're just trying to now add nullability checks and stuff. I don't think that would have been a smart approach. I think they really did take a good approach with saying, let's just make them warnings and then you can address them. if you want, you can opt into warnings as errors. Earlier Twitch server I was streaming on crashed 3 times. Yuck. That sucks. Big Gamey is dancing. I mean, waving his head. And then One Pain said to CFG's... CFG says, what do you enjoy to code? Yeah, that's another one. Follow your passions. Follow your excitement. You will succeed much easier if you do that. However, I understand that not everyone's passion and excitement is marketable all the time. But chances are, in software development, you will find a company that wants someone who codes in your preferred language, who has projects in the things that you are excited about. And that will come through in your interview when you're talking with whoever the hiring officials are. And they'll be like, oh man, this is someone we want. Anyway, One Pain responded saying, web apps, I did app to manage workflow in my CNC company. CNC means something else to me. To track orders, enjoyed this a lot. And then CFG said, what would you do? What would you like to do in 5, 10, 15 years? Because web apps is very broad, you just have to apply enough to get hired. Yeah, that's another one. I hate to say this because I didn't encounter it myself, but it's a numbers game. Apply to everything. Everything that you think you have skills that are oriented towards it. And even if it means at least for 1 to 3 years taking a job that has you writing PowerShell scripts and you're just like, this is not true software dev, you can still take it because you will be in the industry. You will start accumulating years of experience in the software development industry. One Pain said to CFG, solving problems for people or making things easier, but would like to do it using coding. Oh, that's such a good phrase. I'm going to read it again. Solving problems for people or making things easier, but would like to do it using coding. Yes, that's what One Pain wants to do in 5, 10, 15 years. That was so good to hear. Thank you for typing that out. Thank you for letting me say that. Anyway, One Pain is also saying, now I'm working on app for dinner recipes and shopping for my girlfriend. Wanted to generate shopping lists and hold recipes for dinners. So when she wants to cook something, she just chooses what she wants, gets a shopping list. Yeah, it's a great app idea. You get to learn a lot from apps like that. I will add more functionalities like calculating calories, make meal lists for weeks, etc. President Not Sure is yelling at me in red for some reason. Yeah, only because he was referring to me, not because he was trying to at me. Yeah, try to track down what you like doing. If you already have that, focus on stacks that do that. Better to build expertise in specific stacks. Oh man, this is a good comment here. Better to build expertise in specific stacks than jack of all trades, master of none. And like One Lion is saying, focus on ones used in jobs that you are interested in. Yeah, and that was the big one for me. I was working federal service while I was at university, and I was learning Java, C, C++ in university, but the applications that they used at my job were .NET applications. They were VB web forms at first. And then they were VB.NET after a little while. And I have no idea what they're at now. But the latest .NET frameworks that they were working in, and they were eventually trying to move to MVC3. That's how early it was that I was working with them on those. Because I was so hot. Then President Not Sure, actually no, CFG stated after this, I almost missed a chat, sorry about that. Well, in the near to mid future, the dev demand will be higher than normal in security and data analysis. True, aka big data. in my opinion, go Python. And this is where I kind of don't want to recommend a specific language for you. Just because of the way that I live. If you follow your passion, you're gonna find something that will help you succeed. President Not Sure says that's what's always been in driving me, and this is solving. Right, the quote that I read out like 6 times because I really liked it. That man. That's what has always been driving me at the core. Beyond that, I figured out what I wanted to make, what I wanted to work on, mobile, and what I didn't, web apps, and that further guided me. Yeah, and for me, it's definitely I just want to do Blazor now. It's what's exciting me the most, and I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I'm being successful with it. If something else does excite me, I will follow that, and I'll learn everything I can about it and get good at it. Not that I'm good at Blazor or anything. One Pain is responding to CFG saying, I was thinking that too, but I think cybersecurity is not for coding beginners. What I mean, it would be nice after some time doing web dev to get solid grasp of how everything works. Yeah, and that's one of those situations where if you are motivated by what is in the job market, what will make you money, then yeah, learn these things that you aren't necessarily excited about, get jobs in those fields. You may find that you're just miserable all the time and it's not really worth it. You may find, hey, you're making a lot of money, and after you're done with your job, you can do whatever you want with the rest of your day. So totally a personal thing, but I would recommend first looking at what excites you. Because I lived a very long time in a situation that did not excite me, and I made a lot of poor choices, and I want to hazard against other people making those same types of life decisions. But it's just a suggestion. You do you. Or as Big Amy would say, you do you, boo. One Pain responded to, man, this is a great conversation, but I need to get back to work. So I'm going to read up to President Not Sure's most recent statement, and then I'm going to finish off the effort that we're currently doing, see if we build, and then I'll come back to chat after that. So One Pain was saying to President Not Sure, I've noticed it's pretty common among software people. CFG said to One Pain, in my opinion, try to avoid object-oriented programming, solid, and TDD. They are usually unnecessarily unpleasant. President Not Sure is saying, if you don't like Python, don't focus on it. Don't just build expertise in a language that you can't stand. If jobs require it and you hate it, this will lead to burnout, even if you land a job using it. So yes, I was pretty much saying what President Not Sure was already typing. If you like web dev, dive deeper into the stack using the tools and languages that you like. There are several out there for web dev. Angular, React, Node, all of the technologies that you are already saying that you're using, and build expertise in that beyond beginner. Okay, so I'm going to let you guys continue the conversation. I will catch back up with it as soon as we figure out where we're at here, do some more verifying that I've made all the changes that are needed. Did I actually delete the RTRAC roles? I think I did. Watch us be able to build. No, we're not able to build. Right, we can't find it because namespaces. What button am I pushing? Wrong button. All right. String does not contain because you need extensions. Wait, what? To RTRAC role, right. Okay, so this needs to be full role name. And I don't have a none, so let's go ahead and add a none. N-O-N-E, not N-U-N. And we'll make that the first so that it defaults to none. Okay. Full role name. Man, I could have sworn that inside of application globals, I did make an extension for string. I did. Are you not a string? You are a string. So I don't know why that one isn't working. Oh, this is supposed to be to application role. Okay, I see what I was trying to do here. So app role dot, not app role, enum dot tripart, enum dot triparse app role out var role. If that is successful, I forgot a comma. If that is successful, then give us the rollback. Otherwise, app role.none. Okay. Moque. ¿Quién más? Who else? Whoa, there's a lot of these. I really want a global using for general now. We'd fix all these. Oh, that fixes a bunch. Fixes a bunch. This. Wait, what? The typer namespace app role could not be found. That is not quite right. And I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Like, there are so many things that I did in a very, very odd way. Oh, I know why I'm doing it this way, because this is an action of app role. Right. Okay. Anyway, a lot of this stuff is going to change. So why are you fixing it now? Because I want to build. Oh, conversation looks like it's still going strong. Role name. No ability issues. No. The answer is 9. User role name. Just random users everywhere. Everywhere that says to role name, to role string, is going to get replaced with full role name. That'll get rid of a bunch of errors, 2 or 3. Come on. Update. I'll just do a build. Oh, nope, we're good. Okay, so then iToast service. Why? Right, because I added Fluent UI. Did I make a decision whether I was going to use my library's toast service? I guess what matters is, am I using toast.makeToast? I am. So I need to make sure that everywhere that I'm using iToast service is referencing my toast component. And the way that I'm going to do that is by aliasing iToast service specifically to my toast component. And there are 2 places that I'm going to do this. In global using, wait, I am doing that already. And I did make the decision. So I'm doing that in global usings and in imports.razor, which I am doing. So why are you still ambiguated? You're not. But you are. I toast. Okay, just for Scott, who pointed this out, I am going to make this big change now, where we're going to search for anything that starts with inject, and I think I need to escape the square bracket. Yeah, I need to escape the square bracket, and has any number of characters before the closing square bracket, and ends with equal, oh yeah, and then any number of characters or any number of anything and ends with equals default null forgiveness semicolon. I don't know if I need to escape the equal sign or bang, but I'm going to. And we're going to replace those with inject, allow null. Oh wait, inject, allow null, the first thing that we found. And then the second thing that we found after we closed the square bracket equals, or no equals, that's it. Get rid of everything else after the end. And we're going to do that through the, that's what happens. I just saw what happens. So I've had an issue where this thing seems to be populated with stuff when I don't want it to be. I just want it to search everywhere. And what's happening is when I scroll down and I mouse over this, while I'm scrolling down, I accidentally scroll through the list of things. Now I know. And that also happens in my look in. I see. I see. Okay. Anyway, regex nerd, you're the regex nerd. I learned this from you, Dukasoft. You don't remember teaching that to me? Okay, and then this is another case where I'm using allow null everywhere. So I am going to go ahead and put a global using in here. Again, not a public repo. I would probably avoid using global usings if this was a public repo. System.code nope. System.code analysis. System. I'm not going to remember. System. Oh, I have to look. Dang it. Come on, Plains. System.diagnostics.code analysis. Boo. Okay. Look at all of these unused imports too. I mean, injects. Oh my God, what was I thinking? Okay, so now I'm going to try to catch up on chat. And continuing from the conversation that OnePain brought up, President Not Sure was responding to CFG saying, I don't much like the perspective, like prescriptive advice like this. I'll get there. Best to find out what the individual likes. Yeah. It's like, yeah. And then CFG was saying to OnePain, if your boss can't explain when their proposed approach applies, you don't want to work there. You can evaluate any approach by the overall dev cost, by what the overall dev cost is. That's the variable you're trying to minimize. Potentially, I mean, that might be what you're trying to minimize. Me, not so much. So again, you're kind of, whoa, I rarely ever do that. I'm struggling for words because I want to be respectful towards you, but I am also disagreeing with the way that you are proposing your suggestions because they are coming across as this is what you must do. This is the only way to get ahead. I'm just letting you know that's how it's coming across, which is what's kind of rubbing me wrong a little bit about the way that you're giving the advice. That's all. But that doesn't mean that it's not advice to heed and to take into consideration. Big Amy says, I'm usually driven by need to learn new things. So, like, you are compelled to learn new things, Big Amy, or that there are situations that you get put into where you need to learn a new thing, and that's why you learn the new thing. President Not Sure said, I feel very comfortable with OOP, for example. President Not Sure says, but I wouldn't tell someone to use it just because I like it. True. Like, I will say, Blazor is a fantastic way to do web dev, in my opinion. I think you would potentially enjoy it if you haven't done web dev in any other language. If you're just starting out, try Blazor. If you've done it in another language, you will most likely hate it. So I wouldn't recommend it to people that are Angular developers, for example, people who have used Angular as their primary front end language. I would say keep using what makes you happy. But if you're brand new to web development and have a fairly clean slate, maybe you know HTML, maybe you know CSS and JavaScript, but you haven't used a JavaScript library to make a web app or any other language, try Blazor. See if it works for you. And if not, drop it. Drop it like it's medium lukewarm. TBD Gamer says, develop software, have fun, don't stress over whether you're doing it right, but reflect on your knowledge and improve. Things will come into sight with experience. One Pain says, be right back, going to eat. So hopefully, if you are still gone, One Pain, you feel like watching this back to get all of the amazing advices that these wonderful viewers are suggesting, that you're able to do that. CFG is saying to One Pain, when OOP, Solid, or TDD are the cheaper approaches than the alternatives. Oh. Dukesoft's like, I toast. And there's some toast eating butter. CFG says, thankfully, Python is mostly procedural with pass by value as the default copy value passed to the procedure, essentially making it basically immutable without much effort on the developer's part. It's not a functional language but it's close. And there's a reason there's so much demand for it. Yeah. So there's definitely demand for it. But the person that we're speaking with was saying that they are very much into web dev. They're having fun with it. So I don't know why we would say use Python instead and stop doing web dev. Instead, do these other things. Dukesoft is saying regex nerd. CFG says regex is heavily advised against because it's too complex. I like it though. Big Amy says the latter. When I have something I need to create that is outside my comfort zone, that seems to be when I thrive. Awesome. That's a cool trait to have. And CFG says, I believe that overall dev cost is the main variable any approach can be evaluated against. There's very few other variables that aren't already part of dev cost and are important enough. Cool. It's good to hear that opinion. Big Amy says, I like how much ChatGPT does that for me. The regex. I only know the handful of things that I need, like Big Amy said, when I need to learn something. So I used to do a lot of finding and find and replace stuff during the modernization efforts of JSP to MVC, MVC to Blazor. So I learned a handful of regex things that I use over and over and abuse over and over. And that's about it. Everything else is like, if there are more advanced regex things, I'm not going to know them. Just the things that I use. All right, how are we doing on our build? Big Game is saying, hey, GPT, show me the regex for reading the price after the second dollar symbol in the string. Yeah, exactly. It is really good at that. That's part of the problem. People copy paste regex. They don't understand or change it when not understanding it enough. Yes, that could be a problem. President Not Sure is saying, yes, I have learned to conserve mental energy. I learned what I need to if something pops up that is required that I don't already know. Yeah. And as we have been talking about before, there are two scenarios where I learn best. One, do I need to know this thing in order to accomplish the thing that I'm trying to do? Two, is it something that sounds like it's fun to me? Am I excited about this thing? But not everyone works off of that. Um, I personally do think that it is a good motivator. It just feels like it would be naturally progressive. Yeah. And I guess like fun is highly, highly subjective. That's why I'm trying to use the terminology, does it excite me? Because not everything that excites me is necessarily fun. I'm going through and making all of these changes through the code that's kind of monotonous, kind of annoying, but the end result where I have an app that builds and runs, that's really rewarding for me to have in the end, and cleaned up code in the end too. Like I like having this complete mess of a code base and making changes to it that just make it feel cleaner. Oh, it's so good. So why are you still telling me that iToast is ambiguous? It is not ambiguous. I have aliased it specifically to um, my Armits Blazor toast. Are all of these toast and sort direction? So I have my own sort direction, which I have aliased as well. And those are the only errors. So are you actually building then? I think it's actually building. So I'm going to close Visual Studio after I do a clean. And then once we're done with this, once this builds and runs, I'm going to do a commit, but then we're going to run over to the Blazor auth component library and find out why when I include it, is it causing this to happen? Duplicate package reference items found. Wait, what? When did that happen? Oh, there's more. Napalm says, that's a problem with all code. People don't understand and paste in. True. So true. It's not just regex. He says there it should equal assist you. Wanted to employee create the whole thing. Agreed. There are things that you can do in latest.NET language. Why am I in emu? Thank you so much for the follow. Really appreciate you. Some things that you can do in modern C# with regex is, let's say that I had a new regex. I don't usually use the type name when I declare variables. I know that there are people that really do like using type names all the time instead of var. But there is this thing called a regex generator or generate regex attribute. And this could be the tool that helps you in code, in line with what you're trying to accomplish, aside from being able to use chat or Copilot in here. My generator. So what you get when you use this attribute is some source generated code that will do the entire regex stuff for you, set it up and everything. But you also get this documentation about what the regex that you have pasted in there means and what it does. So that's one way of learning what regex does. What some string of regex, other than going to regex 101 and just pasting it in there as well, asking GPT to explain it to you, all of those things. So there are things that you can do to understand it. However, Most people probably don't. So I got rid of that because we don't need it. But I'm having duplicate package references. Is it because of transitive? Yeah. It's because of transitive dependencies. Well, can I upgrade you? Is there a version 14? Oh, jeez. A little dark, so I won't read it out loud. But anyone who's interested can definitely do so. True, but seems that regex is popular enough to mention separately. Yeah, agreed. Then CFG says, I don't know why regex is mentioned as often as it is in a negative light. The suggested solution is to use normal string functions instead. I like regex, but I have been asked to help with regex more times than normal, so I guess I can see it becoming too complex. Yeah, there's some string situations like index of, for example, that you would need to keep running over and over while you're doing a replace. Like, for example, my bot, when you what? When a command has parameters, then I use string format. In the data import utility, for example, when you are mapping a field, you have the opportunity to transform the values of that field. And let's say that you are transforming the values in that field by using let's say a regex match, where you extract all numeric sequences, because this is my go-to. When you extract all numeric sequences, and that gives you back an array of all of your numeric sequences back, and then you combine them using an interpolate, using whatever approach you want. You want to put the second element first, the third element second, and the first element last, or whatever. Then you can do that. And regex does seem like the easiest approach to, for this string, extract the numeric sequences. And then for the interpolate, you're using a syntax that's like $ curly brace number of the thing that you want to put in that slot. You can't really use string.format with just curly brace number, because those, I believe, are supposed to be in an increasing order when you use the curly brace syntax in string.format. So instead, I just I use regex to find all things that match curly brace, $ curly brace, numeric value, close curly brace. Yeah. Anyway, Claddy Boyle is here. I think I've seen you around somewhere. Yet again. Oh, so yeah, I think I recognized where I've seen CFG before. But Claudia Boyle is saying, hey man, nice to meet you. I'm a .NET developer with 8 years of experience. Yesterday I was laid off. Used to company downsizing. I'm looking for a new job, but I haven't received any offers. What do you recommend? Keep applying for all the places. It's kind of, I hear it often, but I'm not really in the job market, so I don't know whether this is true or not. But I hear often that there's a tough market currently for software developers that are wanting to find a job. And I don't know, I just have not seen that. um, I just haven't seen it. Maybe in your area, there might be. And when you say receive many offers, you mean that you are applying to jobs that are posted, to announcements or listings or whatever terminology you use, and you haven't heard anything back from them? Or are you saying that, one surefire way to get offers, maybe even offers that you don't really want at times that you don't want to, and after you get your job, you'll still continue getting offers, is to make sure your LinkedIn profile is up to date. Um, many of us that do have LinkedIn get 800 LinkedIn offers, especially with 8 years of experience. I think you would be okay. Um, is there a particular application type that you work in? Do you work on mobile? Do you work on web applications, cross-platform, desktop, back-end stuff, libraries and stuff? Also networking. So we are a good resource for networking. If you feel like it, if you aren't already a part of way too many Discords, feel free to join ours and post in some channel. I don't know what a good channel is. Um, I'm sure one of them is a good channel to put this in. Uh, anyway, find a channel that seems appropriate to you and post that you are having pretty much what you just told us. You're in a situation where you have not been able to get very many job offers at the moment. You have 8 years of experience. I have direct contact with a recruiter if you are willing to work for a consulting firm, which can be a boon and it can be a curse. Um, so working for consulting firms, some people say it's like selling your soul. Some people say it is an experience to be had that you will need to judge on your own. I'm the people that say that. I didn't enjoy it, but there are people that thrive in that kind of scenario. Okay, so is there a preferred way that you want me to address you? Otherwise, I'm just going to keep calling you Cloudy Boyle. Is saying, yeah, I feel the same about the market. It's kind of tough. I'm from Argentina and I need to work as a contractor. Actually, I'm applying everywhere on LinkedIn. Okay, so you are using LinkedIn as a resource. I don't know. I really, really don't know anything about what the job market is like, even in America. So I wouldn't know in Argentina. But um, I can only recommend keep applying if it is a situation where you need to have a job for your livelihood, then don't be afraid to take offers that aren't necessarily at the level that you want, but also don't just settle. There's a really, really fine balance in that. Just know that if you do accept a position, that does not mean that you aren't allowed to accept a better position. So if the one that you accept does not meet all of your needs, but at least has something that is in the line of what you would want to work on, then you can keep applying for other positions. I have weirdness around that where I feel like when I accept a position, I owe these people something for hiring me. But if you can kind of step away from that mindset, you might be able to find yourself in a better position than if you said no because they aren't offering you at the salary that you want or the level of responsibility that you want or even the specific technologies that you want. Even though I say follow your passion. Big Amy says, does LinkedIn still have that toggle where you can say open for work or something like that? I think so. Don't quote me on it. And then CFG is asking, how many have you applied for? What is your CV like? Are you going via agencies or spending the extra effort to find the original ad on the company website and reaching out directly? You want to skip the recruiters. And One Pain says, I have strong feeling LinkedIn is cursed. As I can understand how your ability to create LinkedIn profile or write good CV can reflect your skills on the job. Yeah, so I think One Pain is indicating that it's kind of like you could you could be one of those people that can sell yourself really good on paper. And again, here's a blanket statement. LinkedIn is not the way. LinkedIn could be a way for you. It could be an avenue, in my opinion. Um, judge for yourself whether it is or isn't, but CFG says it's not to them. Um, I'll just call you config. But I do agree with the thought that it's a way to get messaged by a bot every day. I don't know. I've been messaged by real people, not really a bot. And I have connected with those people. Maybe it's changed because again, I have not been in the job market for 4 or 5 years now. But I still do get messages from recruiters. The recruiter that helped me get into Subjeti, um, she reached out to me and was like, "Hey, they're looking for someone with Blazor skills that wants to work on a desktop application because they want to move over to Blazor." And I was like, "Are you sure about that?" This was before Maui became a thing. Like it was just coming out. And I'm like, "Are you sure about that?" Because it's something that I've been wanting to do for a while. So, anyway, point is, I took the job and it was a lot of fun. But the overall experience was not the best for me. I just don't think consulting firms that big are for me. That's what I learned from it. But it was a valuable lesson, and I'm glad I had the experience. Um, so Claudia Boyo is saying, yeah, I think at the moment I'm looking at things in a negative way. I think I just have to keep going and find out what happens next. Thank you for the support. Yeah, and there's still more that can be said about that. I am at the point where I'm talking a lot again. But yeah, just if you can try to reach out to our communities, we have a lot of wonderful people here on Twitch, here in the Twitch streaming community, especially application development communities and game development communities that do have valuable advice. Some whose advice they're giving sounds like they are the only way that you can go, but just take it as advice if you can. Especially mine. Everything that I say should be taken as here's some experience I've had, here's what I've heard from other people. You're going to have to test it out for yourself to find out whether it's true for you. One Pain is saying it is different everywhere in Europe and especially in the UK. Job ads are a way of personal info milking. Yeah, that's another thing. False ads are common. Yeah, LinkedIn has value for some people, I guess. Yeah, and I wouldn't have even been approached by the Sagetti recruiter had I not had a LinkedIn profile that said, I know Blazor. I love Blazor. Blazor is the best technology that I love to use. And again, not the happiest with the experience, but the it was rough and I didn't enjoy it as much, but I found the experience itself to be extremely valuable and I'm glad I had it. Begamy is saying, I can see how this might be, which one is this in response to? Yes, open to work still exists, but it has some cons because you look desperate to find a job and they can use it against you, low salary budgets. Yeah, that one, I think that one comes more with experience with job hunting, where you know your abilities. You say that you've been doing .NET development for 8 years, which means that you've been in the industry. You know what to expect as far as salary, especially for someone with your skills. And there is a certain amount of, I will not accept anything less than this. And for me, it's hard. It's very, very hard for someone like me to be like, this is where I stand. These are the things that I want if you want me as an employee. Because I am quite standoffish. That's a terrible word. In those situations, I would rather be more presenting as a team player so that I don't come across as someone who's going to cause problems. But at the same time, I have learned more about for myself, making sure that my boundaries aren't violated. So there's a balance there. Um, And then BitGamey's response to that is, I can see how it might be interpreted like that, but I would sooner get many offers and find a good one than companies be looking and not find me because my profile didn't say I was available for offers. Yeah. So quite a few considerations to make with that. I think that's just what we're getting at. There's a lot to consider, but don't give up. Sometimes you might benefit from accepting a lower offer than you would if you are at that point where you just need something to help you survive. And also, if you can, if you have the ability to in yourself, stand up for you are worth no less than this amount. Don't do your best not to let them take advantage of you. Play the numbers, make it work in your favor. CFG is saying to one pane, true, bruv. Take a random chunk of requirements from the job ad. You'll usually find the original ad by wrapping that in parentheses on Google. Skip talking to the recruiter and the fee a company pays them. I don't think they add much value. I don't either. One pane says, one thing, AI, job ads created by AI, CVs selected by AI. Yeah, and that's something I've never, well, I can't say never. It wasn't as prominent in the market as it is now. And yeah, that's an interesting turn of events. Okay, updating that did fix the error. Was it an error or was it just a warning saying that package references? Are we building is what I want to know. Napalm is saying put the work in it yourself to folks. Put the work in it yourself too. Don't rely on recruiters all the time. It is a tool, but every job I found myself. Put in the effort, set up the search agents, spend time looking, etc., etc. I thought that this still existed, but it didn't show up as an error in the file. Dagnabbit. Okay, what do you say? Are we building? Can we run again? Can we log in? UI isn't going to look great yet, but we will get there. And BitGamey says 100% this. You are your own best advocate. Absolutely. And again, if you can find a community that can help support you and encourage you to be your own advocate because you are worth your weight in salt. I don't know the phrase. I tried because we want to let you know that you are as good as you think you are. And even if you aren't, you're still worth it. It's still worthwhile. Something. You fixed it in your head. It's okay. You get it. This is why I don't do idioms. Is that an idiom? One pane says, and you can see junior front-end dev, HTML, CSS, JavaScript, React, Angular, Microsoft Azure, AWS, C#. And it just keeps growing and growing, and 5 years of experience. I mean, we are laughing, but this is a real thing. You're right. It's not funny, but it kind of is. But you aren't wrong. You are definitely not wrong. Oh. And on Friday, I'm not going to get into it today, but this conversation has it's like right on the cusp of this. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're looking for someone with TypeScript experience. We're like right on the cusp of this, and I know it's going to come into the conversation, but I'm not going to tackle it today. You guys can talk about it amongst yourself if you want. You know what conversation I'm talking about. Friday, I still haven't done any research, but we did say that I said that we may go into that topic. So yeah. But not today, not for me. Right now, I made sure that there are no build errors. There's tons and tons of warnings for null reference exception or possible null references. The question is now, how do you get senior dev in 5 years or 10 years as fewer people going into programming as they think? And here it is. AI will take your job. Rough market for juniors. So yeah, I'll let you have that conversation if you want. I might read through things, but I might just skip messages on that conversation. Not because I don't want to talk about it. It is a conversation that I would want to give more attention to. Okay, this is us. I'm waiting for it to like solidify that I was in there. So number-wise, you get much lower input than is needed to get senior positions. So my experience with that portion of it, by the way, like the way that I got to where I am is not typical, but I think is relevant to a lot of people that are like, the job market is currently crap. I can't get a job in software dev. And again, this is not necessarily helpful for people that have been in the industry, had a job, and now don't, and are looking for a job in the industry again. But the way that it started for me is I was working federal service, which means that I worked for the US government as a office automation assistant is what I started off as. Then human resources assistant in classification, which are the people that describe the jobs, or they're not the ones that describe the jobs. They're the ones that take a description of a job and then put the categories on it, the pay plan, the series, and the grade. Pay plan is this general schedule? Is it wage grade? So is it someone that gets salaried, or is it someone that is blue collar, who gets hourly? The series is what line of work is it? And then the grade is at what level is it? And because of the way that their system works, that is how you know how much someone is going to get paid, because it was all standardized across the board with cost of living adjustments. Point is, I did that to fund my way through school. While I was in school, I was working that job and doing a computer science degree as a student temporary employee. Student temporary employment program meant that as long as I'm going to school, they could keep me on board with them. Then they ran out of money for student temporary employees and said, well, we need to let go of all student temporary employees who cannot be turned into student career employees. And student career employees are people who are working or who are going to university for the industry, for the specific type of job that they are doing currently. I was in a human resources office doing software development as my university career learning plan thing. And so they made a lot of changes and eventually were able to keep me as a student career employee. Then I graduated from university, and that student career employee position became a permanent position. And so I kept working in the human resources office as an information systems specialist, which, yeah. So as a human resources specialist, information systems, which is not what it sounds like. But during that time, I did have an opportunity to go to headquarters, work on a software application with them for 3 months. I did that twice, put that on my resume. And I was like, all right, I'm hating my life as a human resources specialist because they just want me to read and rate resumes and tell people they're not good enough to get jobs. And so it was a very, very rough time for me. And then in about 2013, 2014, I was like, I want to do software development. I'm tired of not having a job in software development. So I applied, as I mentioned to you, everywhere. Then I called someone that I happened to work with, and I was like, was it even then? No, I was like, I need to get out of this office first in 2013, 2014. So then I applied everywhere, and I was trying to stay in federal service, but I wanted to do software development. Instead, what I ended up doing was going to another human resources office with the VA, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and doing more of the same. I thought it was going to be different. I got lied to. I got snowed. I had a terrible experience there. Then around 2016, 2017 is when I called up the person that I had worked with before, and I was like, do you have any referrals? Do you know anyone that is needing a software developer? You've seen the work that I do. We worked together for a little while. They're like, yeah, try this person. That person owned a software consulting agency, and they had a contract with the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge. They said they needed someone that could modernize their JSP applications to .NET Framework. And I'm like, yes, I want to do that. So then I got that job. And that's what started this whole thing. I got that job as a senior application developer. I got paid peanuts, though. I got paid about 1/3 what you would pay a senior application developer. But that was my title. I worked that for 3 years. I worked that for 5 years. I worked that for 5 years, and I was like, okay. There were some things that happened in the office and some other negative things that happened. So my wife and I, yeah, it escalated very, very quickly. My wife and I left that job. She ended up working there too. We left that position, and I went to work for another software consulting agency that was paying me more like what people in this area get paid for doing software development. I stayed with the RMA, the original contract that was with them, for so long because I enjoyed the work so much. If you go back to my previous streams, you will see me enjoying the work, complaining about my supervisor. Enjoying the work, complaining about this situation that just happened. But still having so much fun with the work. You'll hear me say, man, I love doing this job. What in the world is this code? I hate looking at this code. Let's fix it. Man, that was fun in the end. You'll hear that a lot. And then you'll hear when I left and went to Sagetti, and I was like, okay, real software development. Not just me converting apps. This is an app that is used across the world, literally across the world. It is shipped with new PCs that you buy from that OEM, and I get to work on the UI for that. Awesome, I get to use Blazor on that application. I want to do that. So then I had fun doing that, but then the team experience was like, is this really what it's like working on a team? A team that reports to a client and that there's shouting matches during the meetings with the client and everyone's treating everyone else like children? I don't want that. That's not the experience I expected to have in a team professional environment. So I ended up getting a direct contract with the RMA as my company, Automated Realms, and that's what I'm doing now. Client work directly as my own small business. And that's where I'm at. The point that I was trying to make is I never had to contend with this junior developer trying to get into the market because there was just a random set of events that put me in the right place because I was doing the thing that I really, really enjoyed, or wanting to do the thing that I really, really enjoyed. And that's where I think it benefited me to do that. Does not mean it's going to happen for you. Does not mean that it's going to work that way for you. But that's why I recommend that as one of the things you could try. That's my spiel. I'm going to catch up on chat now. So CFG says, if you plan on leaving because some company doesn't pay you enough, ask for a senior title instead. That wouldn't have worked with this company at all. So this is also a government contract, which means that the lowest bidder is the one that's most likely going to get the contract. And this person was the lowest bidder, and you could tell by the way he paid his employees, or didn't pay them. So that wasn't in the cards. And I didn't want it to be either, because there was more than just the pay. I rarely, like, I mention pay because I don't want to make it seem like I don't care about getting paid for doing what I do. I care about getting paid fairly for what I do, but it's not the biggest factor. The biggest factor is, am I enjoying what I'm doing? Or am I going to work every day wanting to drink? That's what I use as my metric. Okay. I will keep reading chat. But we're going to switch. I'm going to do the commit since we were able to run the application, log in. We see some UI that doesn't look great, but I do already have some UI started for the remake of this application that will pull over in the next workday stream, unless I already get that done. But well, now I'll be working on the data import utility. So most likely on the next workday stream, we'll be doing more RTRAC conversion. For now, I want to go back over to that Armit's Blazor off library. While it's generating a commit message for me, I'm going to read these chats. President Nutcher says, you do what you got to do to pay bills, though, although telling yourself that doesn't always help. Yeah, and then that escalated quickly, going from human resources specialist, information systems in parentheses, in a 0201 series, to a senior application developer. But again, senior application developer getting paid about a third of what people in this area get paid. And the housing market here is insane. We were renting a house and it was 3 times the price I was renting an apartment for where I used to live. And I was like, how am I going to afford this? I'm barely getting paid more than what I was getting paid as a federal service employee. And at that time, I had other habits that was eating up the rest of my money. So how am I going to manage this was what all went through my head. I'm like, I'm just going to do this. I want to write software. I want to be a software developer, so I'm going to make this work. And I stuck with it. And then with all the changes that happened, I'm at a position where I am in the market. I am competing with other developers or not competing with, but you know what I mean. I am on par with what a developer in this area is making at this level. Okay. All right. And I stopped drinking too, so that helps a lot. We're looking for the authentication library. Okay, so realistically, titles don't matter. You just have to understand what employers want and give them that. And employees generally want to throw a project at you. Employers generally want to throw a project at you and get a solution. That's a consultant. In this case, again, it's maintaining their applications, coming up with solutions. Like, even when I was, geez, more stories. Even when I was working there with the previous contract, under the other you know what I'm trying to say. Words are hard. Even during that time, the goal was to modernize applications. It wasn't to, here's a greenfield. And I mean, this is what I think is the majority of the case. We want these existing applications to add these new features. We don't want them modernized. We don't want them upgraded. We just want them to have these features exactly as they are. So work in Fortran, work in COBOL to get these applications to do what we want them to. And no, you're not allowed to upgrade them to new project types. Thankfully, this one was, we have these JSP applications and we have a requirement to make them Microsoft applications. And so it was all about finding the best route to upgrade the or change the applications over from JSP to Microsoft something. When I got here, all of the other developers were gone. I got to make all the decisions on how we do that. Not only that, we had a systems administrator. We had a GIS, what are they called? GIS specialist, and a help desk, and another help desk who became a software developer, who took the junior developer position. And so I was able to come in and be like, okay, I want to go with MVC. It's what I'm most comfortable with. I want to use Entity Framework for all of our database connections because it's what I'm most comfortable with. Let's do this migration. And we did the migration. It was a lot of fun. But even with a systems admin, when we had to go to the cloud, I was essentially the one that needed to set up the cloud, which I have very little experience with. I guess I do have a lot of experience with it now. And especially I had so little desire to do that kind of work. So ended up mimicking our on-premise system in the cloud. Probably made a lot of bad decisions as far as architecting it, but it's the route that I went. Got everything set up, got all the files moved over, got the applications up and running on the server, found out how to get us a domain, found out how to get us certificates to use in our HTTPS records and stuff. And there was just like all of this stuff that was not software development that I suddenly needed to do because we were no longer allowed to be a data center. We weren't allowed to have on-premise servers. So I learned a lot though. It was fun. But that was one of the things I was like, I don't really want to do this. We have a systems admin. Why aren't they? And that's what made it worse. The feeling that there is someone whose job it is to do this thing. Why am I the one doing it? Oh man, that was so hard for me to deal with. And yeah, it wasn't a good time. As one of the things. Point is, in the end, it was still a lot of fun. And I enjoyed the software development part of it. So I kept doing it for a long time. And I was like, okay, it's no longer fun because of situations that happened. It kept happening. Oh. Okay. Enough words for a minute. Let's figure out, like, first of all, I need to figure out if it is, in fact, this library that's causing this issue. So if I were to remove the reference to Blazor auth, why don't I have a reference to Blazor auth client? Because it's down here. Right. Okay, I'll read your stuff here in a second. CFG. Likewise, I'll read your thingy too. I see that you're heading out, so I don't want to keep you here while it takes me a minute to read your message. But thank you for stopping by. I'm here Monday, Wednesday, Friday. On Fridays, like I said, Community Day from 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, which is currently UTC -6, until 12:30. And then my work day is usually 9:30 to 1:30. And this is what time it is currently. Not off the top of my head, not that I'd be able to give you, but again, there are people in chat who might. There's people in Discord that might, so hopefully there's a place that you'd be able to post and get information from and thoughts. Just offering it as resources if you feel like using it. Okay, shared server. Oh, I keep checking shared server because I thought that's where I put the reference, but it wasn't. It's Blazor. Okay, so I got rid of that. And look, as soon as I got rid of those references, I no longer have the DLLs. Is it because, no? Okay, so I'm pretty sure we're narrowing this down to being one of the two Blazor auth package references. So I'm adding the first one back, the client project, and we got nothing. Let me just rebuild. It's going to fail to rebuild, but I'm still going to rebuild. While it's rebuilding, one of two, I'll read CFG's comments. The DBs are too expensive and UIs are really bad, but they do solve some problems. Oh, about cloud, cheaper than other alternatives. Yeah, our alternative was we could have all of our applications hosted on the Army network, and that would cost the contractor something like $160,000 a year. And so they're like, we're gonna price out some cloud providers, and we priced them out and found that we would be somewhere around $7,000 a year. And we're actually much lower than $7,000 a year at the moment, or not year, a month. A month. What are we at a year? We're at probably 90 to 100,000 a year. Two Dukasoft. It would cost them two. So then one pain was saying, it was a great pleasure to talk with you guys. Got to do the analytics for my portfolio. Oh yeah, that's the other thing. People have commented that this isn't as common a thing, but still, I would recommend having your GitHub available for any employers or interviewers that might use it to see examples of your code. I don't want to call out the people who have made this opinion, who have stated this opinion, because I don't think it's a wrong opinion. But what I did when I was helping with the recruitment process at the other place that I worked, was I would ahead of time look at the applicant's GitHub and see if they have code examples of the type of stuff that we're working on. Just anything that would show they have enough knowledge, or at least have tried to work with the technologies that we're working with. Yeah, so that's awesome. Keep it up to date. Keep your portfolio, and if you can, keep it clean. So like you may have a whole bunch of sample projects where you were testing things out, but when you are actually applying for jobs, probably set those to private for a while. Okay, so we did error, but we didn't get the DLLs. And if I uncomment this and save, I'm assuming that on package restore, which is happening right now, we get the DLLs. All right. So we have narrowed it down to the Blazor auth server project that is making this weird thing happen here. Ew, tests. And CFG says, and asked to see the code base, fix tests during an interview. Oh, maybe AI will have the first UI that XAI, I don't know what XAI is, that doesn't require a course to use. Because I missed something. This comment, I wonder if, this is CFG, I wonder if we will get a bunch of cheap cloud hosting options once they're done training LLMs and it makes sense to convert it to cloud hosting. I think it's going to go a little bit different, but that's for another time. Maybe XAI will have the first UI that doesn't require a course to use. Maybe. And then Dukasoft says, on the Army network, how much would that cost? An ARM? Yes. Yes. Very yes. Here's a link to my GitHub. So my GitHub is not a good example of what I would take into an interview with me. I would make a lot of those projects private if I was applying for jobs. CFG then said, and asked to see the code. Oh yeah, I read that one. Dukasoft says, ew, Tess. test crash. Please do your testing on your own gear. All right, so we are narrowing this down to the server NuGet package, the server library. So what do I have configured in here that is causing us to see all of these dills? This is the only thing that I can think of that would cause it. If I reference email service directly, does it happen? So if we got rid of you, again, package restore, these are going to go away. And if I referenced this package, which is my email service provider, and it just restored and the DLLs didn't show up. And I guess, duh, we would have seen it in the Blazor auth server project if that was a thing. So there are no references in the Blazor auth server project that are causing those DLLs to show up. But when we reference the Blazor auth server package, the DLLs show up. Is it the way that I have the NuGet package configured? It's very odd. Okay, I think it's time for me to ask the interwebs, unless any of you have any insights. So the thing that we are seeing is when I reference this local NuGet package, these DLLs are showing up as linked DLLs in my, and it's only in the IDE. It's not like these files are getting copied to the project root or anything. They're just showing up in my IDE. And this is happening on every single project that I have that I started using the Blazor auth server package on. So this is a package that I create through an Azure DevOps pipeline. I have other packages that I have created, such as in the Blazor component library. Do I really not have the Blazor component library referenced? Oh, it would be in shared. Such as in the Blazor component library, and we aren't seeing any DLLs show up in the project tree here. So I'm using the same approach that I'm using for this library to generate the NuGet package for this library. What else could be different? Have you tried Writer or ReSharper? I haven't tried them yet. I am kind of interested in trying it, but again, I have way too much work to do at the moment to try to get used to a new IDE. I do hear many, many good things about it, but I am able to do all the things that I want to do in Visual Studio with some quirks, with some, why is it doing it this way? Okay. How do I phrase this? This is probably the hardest thing for me, is phrasing my search. .NET 8 Blazor web app NuGet reference shows. This is why I prefer talking with an LLM, like Gemini, for example, because I could just use natural language. NuGet reference shows. Yeah, you can see all of this lag happening when I type a key. NuGet reference DLLs show up in project root. Not this. Net core project shows managed DLLs from NuGet. Created a NuGet package that has third-party DLLs, targets net standard 2. DLLs are under build level in the NuGet package together with my live.targets file under live, my live.dll. If I use NuGet package with net462 project looks fine, DLLs are not visible project and will copy to the output directory. If I use netcore2 project and use my package, it works fine, DLLs blah blah blah, but all DLLs, 12 of them, will be visible in Visual Studio under the root of my project, so my program.cs file ends up in the middle of DLL. How? Oh yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so they're trying to make it to their program.cs, but they have all of the DLL showing up, so that this is kind of what's going on. Is there a way to hide third party? I mean, we know how to do this. All we have to do is just add the compile or whatever it was, ignore. But that's not the solution I want. I want to prevent this from happening from the beginning. Is there a way to hide third-party DLLs that came with my NuGet package from the Visual Studio project? .targets file in the snippet from Stack Overflow. You can set visible metadata to false to tell Visual Studio not to display the item in the Solution Explorer. Look here, Martin Ulrich. I already said that the approach that I want to take is to fix my NuGet package so that it doesn't even make this happen when I reference it. I wouldn't be able to read this. Okay, next. CFG is saying I use Visual Studio 2022 daily as well for the same reason. Writer has its own set of stupid errors and quirks you have to work around. I haven't devoted the time to get used to it yet. Yeah, very, very similar, but there are lots of Writer or Die fans out there. Do you get it? Did I do that one okay? Did that one land? Not that one. It's going to be some, well, again. So I can modify the project that I'm referencing the library in just fine. We delete this. We get the entries in here that say include none or content remove, whatever. We do that. Sure. However, what I want to happen is the next time that I reference this library, that I use this Blazor auth library in another project that we will be doing after RTRAC, so the chain of custody application, I think, doesn't even get these DLLs to begin with. I have to think about what's next. If you're saying to use or that it might say none exclude DLL in the Armix Blazor server project that is getting turned into a NuGet package, I still need the DLLs for the dependencies. And it's not like the next place I would have gone is directory.build.props to see if there was something weird that I was doing in here, which I'm still going to check, to see if there was something weird that I was doing in here, which there isn't, because that applies to everything that is all of the projects that are at that level or below. And there is nothing in there, but I knew that we wouldn't find anything in there because the client project isn't doing it. The shared project isn't doing it. Then again, it could be the shared project. No, because the client project isn't doing it. Just kidding. So my hierarchy is shared has all of my basic stuff that's shared between client and server. And then these two reference shared, but they don't reference each other, obviously. Obviously. This is helpful. This. Okay, so I'm going to show these warning messages, but I'm pretty sure this is going to give us the answer of what's going on. Let me copy some of these. I am going to end my stream though here very shortly, but I did want to show this on stream so that we see what the issue might be in case any of you happen to have anything in mind. You're welcome to send a message on the Discords. Excuse me, can I have this? No? Okay. What I will do instead, since Notepad is being very mean to me, is zoom in. Nope, not zoom in that way. Zoom in. Can you not zoom into the output? I could have sworn that control scroll worked. Whatever. Okay, so I'm going to read one of them. It says content/browser debug host.dll is not inside the lib folder, and hence it won't be added as a reference when the package is installed into a project. Move it into the lib folder if it needs to be referenced. So that would make me want to search the disk to see if I made any mistakes with copying DLLs out where they shouldn't be. That would make me just want to look at a lot of places that I'm going to look, but I am going to do that tomorrow because this is the end of my workday. It's a Karen. Okay, so I'm going to go to this screen, but I'm going to read the remaining chat, which is, but the library is what is producing the .dll. Are they not in the bin folder? Why are they included in the solution? Yeah, so that's what I'm kind of researching. Yep, that's where we're going. That's terrible. I'm not going to repeat that. And you're at 360, so 360p, so it's impossible to read any text. No worries, no worries. I'm just going to keep doing some research on that and find why these messages are happening. And it probably has to do with, no, I don't even have an assembly.cs in here. I was going to say it probably has to do with an assembly.cs, but no, it has nothing to do with that. So I have a place to look. I'll do that. And yeah, that's it for me though for today. So 8-Bit stopped in earlier and he was having streaming issues, but looks like he's back up. So we are going to head over to 8-Bits per play. I think if my, oh, come on. If my PC plays along. Oh, look at the ducky and the box thing. I will also be lurking on, as I mentioned before, Sorcery Story, Bardaki, and AAOA. But we're going to have 8-Bits turned up. And I will type in /raid 8-Bits per play. Did I say Big Gamey just now? We're going to raid Big Gamey. One pane says, need advice from smart guys. I have set up my server on Raspberry Pi 5 with Debian system. It is exposed for web. I have put the server in one of the root directories. Now, is it safe? Or someone can just get into this Raspberry Pi and do whatever they want. Port forwarding in your router? Like if you aren't behind any kind of port blocking or anything like that, then yeah, it's probably not safe. Especially if there's no security and stuff. So you do have port forwarding. Yeah, if you don't have other security set up, then anyone with your IP address or who just happens to target your IP address and starts doing port checks, they might be able to get in, but I don't know. What I would recommend doing though is copying that message and pasting it into Discord, because I am done for the day. Yeah, so the stream will be posted to YouTube after we end, and yeah, I'll be back again on Friday for Community Day. Hopefully it'll be an okay one. Okay. Ciao. Shout out to Dugasoft. I'm terrible at this, Dugasoft. You're amazing. Thank you so much for being best mod. Ciao for now. I was still waiting.